Da 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 dee da 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 dee da. Ya da da dee da 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 dee. Hello, everybody. Da 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 dee. Hello, everybody. Da 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 do. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Dr. Draphonius. Hello, Frank Sposado. Hello, M35 Benvids. This should be better than F1 race today, hopefully. Hello, Carl McGusberg. Please be the congregation of the Latter-day Biplane. I worry for you. Hello, Derp Squad. There's a lot of things going on about F1 today. My advice: don't watch it. Go watch the World Rally Championships. They tend to be more fun, and let's be honest, when they smash into each other, it tends to create more fist firing and less posturing about the hair gel. Hello, Blue Shirt Buddha. Hello, Bazaski. Hello, Steph Johnson. Good afternoon, Doctor. I hope you're well. We had a good storm roll through yesterday, so we still has to dig out my work site again this afternoon. Good luck. Hello, Casetta Canero. We shall begin this meditation the sacred phrase. Look, I have taken this suggestion to heart, and seriously, if Doopy Delome is what you want as the future emoji, as said, if 3 people join, that's all that is required. 3 more people, and I have to make an 8th emoji, and I will be guided as to you all by what you like. Hello, M30. Oh, Ben 5 minutes. Sounds good, very true, but there's a track out the date one. Hello, DGB40. Hello, Andres Aro Garcia. Hello. Welcome to Bruships. Hello, Strub. Strub, to be honest, I have read about half of it. Because, well, honestly, I have been prepping slides, and I'm going to be spending most of my bank holiday Monday and most of Tuesday, probably, when I'm not writing, recording videos, because I'm recording for you 2 colossal series. If I look them up now and show them up on the screen, images, and let's go. We have coming for you while I'm on my research trip. We have shipbuilding trends, 1880s to 1950s. And we also have I can just get it up. Done. Because I've changed the front color of those slides. And source media file images. Jesus. Yeah, we have basically these are the 2 projects which are going to be covering my while I'm away for the research trip. So I hope you're going to enjoy them. I'm also going to attempt to do some lives while on the research trip, but I could well be depending upon the little yellow box of hope, which helpfully is hidden behind this one. The little yellow box of hope, because frankly, or my own phone, depending on which has the stronger signal. The research trip, if I do go, is going to be somewhere down in the southwest country. It'll be fun. Hello, Paul Seswick. Hello, Aviator Enterprise. Now, here you go. So these are what's going to be coming up. As you see, this one is starting off with Erik Raeder. This one's starting off in the 1880s. And the point about this is I'm going to be discussing trends which don't get a lot of airtime, but which I think are critical. So this one's very much a personal pet project. And this one is born out of frustration. Because I can get not even just on the Erik Raeder and Donetsk, on freaking Canaris, I can get a plethora of good books. And for what it's worth, Canaris is, like him or hate him, he's still one of the better strategic figures on the German side prior to World War II, although he does seem to be obsessed with the idea of a strong Germany. And, you know, you have to deal with these. You can find lots of books on them. Try and find a decent English language book on, I don't know, any of the Japanese chiefs of the naval staff, or the Italian ones, that doesn't spend half its time going, they're Italian, so they must have been terrible, when actually some of them were not terrible. By a long stretch of the imagination. And it's a case of, so I am going to be doing videos on each one. Each video is going to be no more than, for this series, it's one slide per video. For this series, it's between 2 and 3. And the reason it's had to be between 2 and 3 is for this one, you can usually go and find books about it quite easily. So, you know, I can say, go find a book. It's quite viable. For this one, though, well, for the Germans, I can say go find a book. Well, for the World War II German ones, I can say go find a book. There's a World War I special edition one stuck in on the end of the Germans for your delectation and interest, who you can't go find a book about. And I have to say, maybe maybe there are some other language books on naval chiefs. I have looked for them because my reading Italian is not that bad. So I was looking for the Italian ones also in Italian language. And all of the only couple I found, I sent to some friends who specialize in Italian Navy, and they basically told me that I would only want to get those if I wanted to scratch my eyes out. So you either cannot find them now in the UK, available in the UK, or they're not in English. There aren't ones in English. As for Japan, it's deathly quiet. Professor, can you recommend a book on pre-World War II shipbuilding, and particularly the infamous Armour Hansen? I haven't written it yet. Honestly, you can't, because Freeman's books talk about Henderson, and to an extent, the other gentleman who likes to do planning books, which are somewhere around me. I've reorganized my office again. I don't know where they are. I've got to stop doing this to myself. But yeah, those ones, the big ones, Norman Freeman, etc., they mention Henderson, but no one does really an in-depth on Henderson. I think that's waiting for me, and I am planning on getting to that. Sorry, Paul. And that's egotistical, I know to say, but when I started talking about him a few years ago, there was basically barely any mention of him anywhere. And I sometimes think the reason some of the newer books actually contain as much about Henderson as they do is because it's filtered through from me badgering on in conferences about him. That's good. I'm watching 24-hour race of 1960 minis and 2 series here. It was interesting. Also at Shannon Park, so lots of going through the bomb hole. Again, what if Sturdy put the Dresden down? Then no, Canaris. Yeah, it would have been interesting. Hello, Michael Patton. Right then. Now, as always, links are all down below. So that includes links to the Discord, links to Spreadshirt, links to all the things going on, basically. And right. So, basically everything that's going on. Now, before I go into too much, Paul Webster, I look forward to the book. When is the Destroy book out? It's supposed to be September, but I haven't been hearing much lately, so I don't know. Seneca, under one of the armchair animals was the joke that your background looks like you robbed a library. To be fair, I live in one. There was a question recently about how many thousand books you own, and once I produced my Excel spreadsheet as proof, and they just went, "That's disturbing. You live in a library." I do. So, now here we go. So, first of all, I'm going to quickly do some bit about Spreadshirt, etc. What I've got coming up there, because I've, of course, got all this going on. And as you know, many of you watch, but I'm going to keep saying this because in case there's new people, if I get to 13,000 subscribers by December the 31st, my aunt and uncle have agreed to wear face masks, be pictured wearing face masks of the Blackburn Blackburn. Okay? And currently, as I checked, I am 18 off 6,500. So I'm not sure if I have any chance of getting to 13,000 subscribers by December 31st, but we can hope. In other news, we can all be slightly afraid.
Give not your loyalty to the accursed parasol-winged Catalina merely because it is competent, good, effective, ahead of its time, attractive. No! Fie on you!
That, of course, was a message from the self-proclaimed, slightly worrying personage of the High Priest of the Blackburn Blackburn, our own Dan Freeman. Link to his channel is somewhere on the homepage. The fact that people are now giving themselves title in this quasi-religious group, this what I'm calling, I don't know, jokingly quasi-religious grouping, is worrying on a level, but I feel I should announce for those who wonder about these things, because it appears to be there is a number of you, judging by my inbox, that currently Blackburn Blackburn merchandise is outselling, well, in terms of numbers of sales, 3-1 with the Catalinas. But the Catalina still seems to be that the people who buy Catalina are the people who buy a lot more. So whilst there was a couple of Blackburn Black sales which were quite extensive, i.e. there was a t-shirt, there was a hoodie, there was all sorts of various accoutrements, the Church de Catalina, the cataclysmic Catalina, apparently buy, and when I say this, I mean this in the nicest fashion, everything they can get in the cat. I think one of them has got a girlfriend or it's a boyfriend, a girlfriend or boyfriend or a sibling or something. Anyway, they're all buying all the shirts for both genders. Okay. So, the whole family's going up. They even bought the Baby Grow. If you are watching, person who has done this, and you get everyone together wearing it at the same time, I would love to see the picture. I don't want, need, or desire permission to show it to anyone else, but I would just like to see it for my own personal state of mind. Okay? Oh. Okay, so first question. Let's see. We have. I seem to remember spotting one. Daniel Phillips. Hello, Daniel. And how does Jutland look if the Germans pursued a fast battleship policy beyond their first dreadnoughts? Well, if that under that case, basically we're saying is what would happen if the Germans had decided to go with small tube boilers for their ships instead of going with battle cruisers. So had made that jump after the first generation of battleships. So every generation subsequent to that was small tube boilers. Well, for starters, you would probably have had the Royal Navy react and have to go small tube boilers. There wouldn't have been any doubt on that because, let's be honest, if the German dreadnoughts, and if I can get my own brew bottle out the way, if let's say from the Helgeland class onwards, they're going in, they're all small tube boilers because that's the only way you can make a fast dreadnought, a fast battleship is small tube boilers. You are probably looking at, well, that's commissioned in 1911, so at that point, the Royal Navy has gone battlecruiser, but how many battlecruisers? Well, let's be honest. They're commissioning in 1911 the Colossus class. They can't do anything about the Orion class. But you would probably get small tube boilers being picked for the King George V's onwards because there wouldn't be any other choice for the Royal Navy. So you get a Royal Navy fast battleship line. You'd also probably get the Royal Navy continuing with battle cruisers, but again, they would go for small tube boilers. So their battle cruisers would all be pumping up to 30 knots, and their battleships would all be heading for 25, 28 knots. It does to an extent make more sense for the Germans. A fast battleship line makes more sense because then you have a faster fleet. You also, at a stroke, erase the Royal Navy's advantage. Because the Royal Navy knows the rules. If you've got a 2-3 knot advantage over me, then any ships you've got that advantage over are going to suffer in a fight. So, if you do that in 1911, so, yeah. If basically you're saying that you've made a decision in 1908 to go for small tube boilers, which is a tad early really for really doing it, but you could if you put in investment and would have been kind of sensible. And actually, let's be honest, at that point, the German ones are still triple expansion steam engines, so going small tube boilered steam turbines would be a massive leap. But let's see they actually do it. If they did, then you are erasing, well, you're erasing the Orion class, the Colossus class, Neptune, St. Vincent, Bellerophon, and Dreadnought. Of course, the Dreadnought wouldn't be in the Grand Fleet in World War One anyway. But you're immediately taking 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 of the Royal Navy dreadnoughts and saying they are now count for nothing. And you yourself have just wiped out your own 4 of yours. So, yeah. You're down 4 dreadnoughts. They don't matter anymore. And they'll slow your fleet down if you operate with them. But the British have just lost 14. Now, what I think the British probably respond with, you don't want to know, because as you look at it, you realise that it goes the King George V class, and then it goes the Iron Duke class, and then it's the Queen Elizabeth class. although the website has Agincourt, Erin, and Canada there, which I'm quickly using for quick notes. But no, it'd be the Queen Elizabeth class. You'd be sort of, you're watching it, and basically it's going to go two classes and the Queen Elizabeth class. Well, in the nicest way, if you have just done a jump on that, the Royal Navy are probably going to want to do a jump on you. Because you've just taken, they're going to have to steal the impetus back, because they don't want to look like they're reacting to you. They want to make Germany react to them. So at that point, they more than likely jump to 15-inch guns as soon as possible. They definitely go with small tube boilers, and you are probably looking at about a 25 to 28 knot British battle line as quickly as it physically can. But you're also, as I said, there are 14 dreadnoughts which are now being put down to second line duties, which could have a very interesting impact on World War I. Because with the British ability to churn out dreadnoughts, and you have to think, if they've suddenly lost their advantage in numbers, they're going to be churning out 8 a year. They are literally going to go to full war build dreadnoughts. So if they churn out 8 brand new King George V's, which are small tube boilered, then 8 Iron Dukes, and then 8 Queen Elizabeths, and all that sort of. They have enough probably for the Grand Fleet. They can quickly still outbuild the Germans, and they might keep some of the newer ones back for the Grand Fleet, but you have to consider that some of those other dreadnoughts could well find themselves on secondary roles down in the English Channel and other things, which could actually push out some of the newer pre-dreadnoughts even further. Now, this could have the interesting thing, because if you have the dreadnoughts in service pushing things out, and the pre-dreadnoughts being still in service because they're still new viable ships being pushed out, it might not be Canopus, which goes down to the Falklands and before the Battle of Guadalcanal. It might be 2 or even 3 pre-dreadnoughts are along. In which case, the Battle of Guadalcanal could be very different, because it could be the British Admiral turning up with 2, because if, let's say, Canopus still goes wrong, 2 pre-dreadnought battleships. At which point, yeah, you've got armour cruisers, which will cut through our armoured cruisers. That's scary, but we have 2 pre-dreadnought battleships. Do you want to run away now? In which case, von Spee's trying to run. And he might manage to run past them, he might not. He might have to dodge north. He might end up getting effectively trapped. Or alternatively, it might free up more ships earlier on. Who knows what it could do? But, saying that, the question was, how does Jutland look if the Germans pursued a fast battleship policy beyond their first dreadnoughts? It takes place a lot quicker. If the Germans have gone fast battleships, the question then becomes, are they taking the pre-dreadnoughts with them, in which case they have really cut their speed down? Have they detached the pre-dreadnoughts and the 4 original battleships, the dreadnoughts, the Nassau class? Have they detached them off with, I don't know, the Deutschland and the Bushwick class, and maybe the Wiesbacken class if they're still around? But, well, they are still around, but, if you're actually decided to bring them with you. If you've got the Deutschlands, you've definitely got the Deutschlands with you. So you could have the Nassaus and the Deutschlands off doing other things. They could be your slow group. And the rest of your battleships and whatever you would have built instead of Dreadnought, you've built instead of battlecruisers as a fast because of going for fast battleship, could well be a hunting group. In which case, the British battlecruiser force might well have run into them earlier, further south, and would have probably found it harder to get away. However, again, remember, the British battlecruisers at that point would also have been small tube boilers, so... And the older non-small tube boiler battlecruisers would probably be sent around the world. So Jutland probably unfolds not too dissimilar to what happens, because the whole reason Jutland happens it is mainly because of the way the intelligence information flows around Jutland. But it'll be a lot faster and it'll be a lot nastier. And you might also be facing a very different British fleet than you're currently facing. Because at Jutland, you're facing still a fleet which, even with the Queen Elizabeth in, is not that much different from the original Dreadnought in its idea and evolution. But if you have stolen a march on the British by going for small tube boilers, what you could have unleashed with the British is disturbing. Because the British have the industrial capacity to do it. That's the thing. I hope that answers your questions. Okay, and Graham Highlander. Okay, give me a second to just type this in. Right. Graham Hunt, and what if Graf Spee had not been killed? Different high seas fleet of him, Shear, and Hipper? If Graf Spee is back in charge of the high seas fleet, you're dealing with a very different admiral. Because you're dealing with a mission-orientated admiral who's going to think it through from that perspective. And you have to understand, Von Spee is undoubtedly one of the best admirals of his generation. Now, I'm not saying that actually Craddock wasn't a good admiral, or any of the admirals who go and fight him weren't good admirals. They were good. Von Spee was exceptional. He would have been Jellicoe's match in terms of dexterity of thought. In a way, I honestly don't think Von Spee was, and not Von Spee. I don't think Scheer was. Holzendorf is an interesting person to talk to about, to listen to on this, because he's an interesting admiral for starters. He's not exactly the nicest character in the world, but he's not a bad character either, and that he's a loyal admiral, and that explains most of his actions. He is adamant that if Von Spee had been available to command the High Seas Fleet, their chances would have gone up 100%. Their chances were still very low, and one of the interesting things is that, honestly, Holzenhoff is realistic about this. Many, many times he's realistic about this. But Von Spee, for starters, I can't imagine it him taking long for him to figure out the radio issue. Because he was already distrusting radio transmissions. And one of the interesting things, let's put it this way. The reason we can say he would have got past the Falklands, we don't know how well he'd have done and how he'd have got home. There isn't really much chance. Unless he could find a friendly port to look after himself in. Von Spee could have got past the Falklands because he wasn't doing anything to tell the people in the Falkland Islands on the warships around what he was doing. Remember, Royal Navy warships, even at this time, have listening gear that's able to listen out for radio signals. It's fairly standard. Most ships carry antennae anyway, and they just carry a few extra antennae and they can get an idea of where radio signals are coming from. It's not great, it's not that accurate, it's not that brilliant, but it's better than nothing. They have no idea They have no idea von Spee is there. If he hadn't taken Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to try and attack the Falkland Islands, hadn't run into Canopus's guns, he could have got past. We had no idea where he was. In the nicest way, the High Seas Fleet, the reconnaissance squadron, the battlecruisers, they could barely move without making loud noises on their radios. There are real times, Jutland being a classic example of them, where the actual orders, the acknowledgements and the orders that are going backwards and forwards, telling the British what the Germans are going to be doing, are read and translated by the British so quickly the British are actually at sea before the Germans are. That's not the case with Spee. And honestly, with Spee, the half the thing is that you're probably going to deal with, you're going to be dealing with an officer who's not going to be listening much to high command and is going to do what he wants to do. He'll probably also hold the fleet together a lot better because, let's be honest, let's see what he does in the Far East. He holds his fleet together by sheer force of personality, arguably. Tianmon. Oh, good lord. Tianmon. Bolton pulled Defiant. What if Bolton pulled Defiant's head-wing machine guns, ball machine guns down to 2, and turned into a ground attack plane? Well, that's a lot of machine guns, so I wouldn't want to be infantry when it's around. That's pretty much the limit. Right, so Seneca, what is a reasonable ratio of belt armor to deck armor in the Dreadnought period? I'm currently playing Ultimate Admiral's Dreadnoughts. I've still got to buy and play that game. I really have. I could use so much of it in my work. Hello, Rapid Razorback. So, Seneca Nero, let's see. What is a reasonable ratio of belt armor to deck armor? Well, this is the point at which someone can be cruel and respond with how long is a piece of string, but actually, I can be far more pragmatic than that. Here is the question, Seneca. Are you planning on fighting close range? Or are you planning on attacking at end? Because, arguably, if you're designing a battlecruiser, it should have far stronger deck armor than belt armor. Because it's more likely to deal with plunging fire because it's at long range. This is the reality. You're more likely to deal with plunging fire, the longer away you are from your enemy. So, hence, and I say this in the nicest way as an example, because I'm not that big a fan of them. You have the main belt of armor on the King George V class battleships, that is the World War II ones, is 373 millimeters thick. They have a lower belt of 137 millimeters thick, and they have a deck armor, which, depending on where it's covering, is between 124 and 149 millimeters thick. So, I would say roughly, and I'm saying this nicely, you are between roughly 30 and 40% of your thickness of your belt should be your deck armor if you're preparing for long-range fighting. And that's if you have decent bulkheads. And this is the really interesting thing on the King George V class. Their bulkheads are between 254 and 305 millimeters thick. That's 10 to 12 inches thick. They are very, very thick bulkheads. So I hope that answers your question. Bad Guy 8829, do you think it would be better for the US to have taken Taiwan instead of Philippines? Well, the problem is this with that one, and the problem is with the premise of the question, really. Bud Guy 89, do you think it would be better for the US to take Taiwan instead of the Philippines? They took the Philippines thanks to the Spanish-American War. As far as I understand it, Taiwan was not up for sale in the Spanish-American War. That would have been a wholly different war. Now, longer term, if the Americans had for some reason ended up with control of Taiwan instead of the Philippines, it would have been a very interesting thing for Japan to deal with. Could have led to a war earlier, as I doubt the Japanese would have liked it. And let's be honest, if it had been if the Russo-Japanese War of 1905 was the Americo-Japan War of 1905, things could be very, very different indeed. Because in 1905, the world is very different. So, it's an interesting idea. Bandhum. Hi. One what if I've been thinking about is what if Italy decided during World War I decided on siding with Germany and Austro-Hungary? How would that affect the war? Well, Italy actually has a decent dreadnought force, and combined with the Austrians, well, for starters, you turn the Adriatic into a no-go area for the French and the British, because there's no way that the forces assigned could deal with that combined force. You probably don't have Gallipoli, at least not when you did have it. As I said, there'd be no way to supply the forces going back and forth. You might well get the Japanese coming into World War I earlier. you could end up with a really interesting fleet action in either the eastern or the western Mediterranean, depending on which angle it comes from, of a combined allied fleet of Japanese, British, and French against Italians, Austro-Hungarians, and probably the Ottoman vessels, the Goeben and Breslau. It could be a Jutland of the Mediterranean. It could be an interesting thing, but either way, it ends up being a big battle because you have similar issues on the southern border between France and Italy as you do on the Austrian border, in that you have a lot of mountains. So that probably turns into quite a nice little quagmire. A lot of fighting going on. Honestly, I don't think it changes the long-term outcome of the war, because Italy's not that great a supply hub to sort of keep the Axis in. But it does mean they are a more contiguous force and a bigger threat. And it does mean that the Mediterranean becomes more like it is in World War II than it was in World War I. 42. What if Washington... Right, so, what if Washington... Dr. Trophonius, what if light cruisers was limited to 8,000 tons at Washington? Well, then you're going to have heavy cruisers have got to be limited to a lot more than at 10,000 tons. You can't say we're going to make light cruisers 8,000, heavy cruisers 10,000. Now, originally they were talking about, at one point, some people were trying to make things of light cruisers being 5,000 tons, so they'd be half the displacement of heavy cruisers. But it was ruled as impractical, which is why they go for 6,000 tons. At 8,000 tons, no one's going to be making that case, but also you're not going to be limiting them to 10,000. And if you consider it's 10,000 to 6,000, so that's an extra 60% on that, or 50% on the 5,000. So you could end up be talking about heavy cruisers of 16,000 tons. Now, the interesting thing is that then has a knock-on effect on other things. Because if I'm allowing cruisers to be limited to 16,000 tons as an individual, well, then originally battleships are limited to 35,000 tons based on them being roughly 3 times the displacement of any other warship, cruisers being 10,000 tons. If you're doing that, limited number 16, battleships might well be shifted up to roughly 48,000 tons. They make it 35 because of accommodating decent designs, but you might end up with 48, 50,000 tons limit for battleships. Your aircraft carrier tonnage limit is an interesting debate at that point, because would they go up? I wouldn't be surprised if aircraft carriers, if you're talking battleships of 50, cruisers of 16,000 tons, battleships of 50,000 tons, I wouldn't be surprised if the displacement limit you're using for capital ship hulls becoming aircraft carriers and aircraft carriers both becomes about 35,000 tons. Mainly because the thought that we're going through people's minds is these ships are going to need to be fast. The main defense of an aircraft carrier against a rampaging cruiser is its ability to get out of dodge as quickly as possible, and for that it needs power. And in order to have power, it's going to need dead weight. So they're going to want more weight. And once you have these things on, you have knock-on effects in all the orders. Basically, you up the lower ranks, you're going to be increasing the level on all of them. Right then, so Dr. Trophonius. No, it's Richard Order. Hi, everyone. Hello, Richard. What if the concrete ship idea was applied to combat vessels? What challenges would they face, and what is the most logical type of vessel it might work with? Well, they'd be a lot heavier. Sloop. And I have a reason for this. If you make a steel rebarred concrete hulled sloop, it doesn't have to go faster than 20 knots because its job is to protect merchant convoys. But it's going to have rather interesting effect on any torpedoes being named at it. It's going to be rather cheap and easy to repair. So that's the point. Theoretically, a concrete sloop. The odds of them actually doing that are very slim, but it's worth thinking about. Hi, Jespy. You're going to knit and listen. I'm hoping I'm not disturbing your knitting too much then. Precisely. With all those extra dreadnoughts, forcing Darnells becomes more likely. With all those extra dreadnoughts, yes, you become even less worried about losing some pre-dreadnoughts. Rapid rate. I think this is referring to the earlier continuation of the question of the German and pre-dreadnought ones. Send the Canary. So pre-dreadnoughts are really outdated by World War I, but are still useful. What do they do? Well, if they're really outdated by pre-World War I, what do? They're doing the secondary roles. You'll probably find them holding stations. You'll probably find them, for example, the German surface radar. Remember, there's also I think it's the Emden, which actually manages to goes inside an enemy port, one of our ports, etc. They would probably find more pre-dreadnoughts around because what Britain tended to be doing was getting rid of the older ships. So a lot of pre-dreadnoughts were a lot newer than some of the ships available out there. So it's far better to send a pre-dreadnought out there as the security. They're not that fast, but a pre-dreadnought with a convoy means a surface raider's just not going to come close because there's no real point. You also probably don't find in that way anyone gets up to anything in terms of, as I said, the Battle of Guadalcanal and all these things, because there's going to be more pre-dreadnoughts around. For all those secondary theatres, for all those extra theatres, there is going to be a pre-dreadnought available. How would the Germans have been better served by not building capital ships? How many more ships, planes, and guns can you build in place or more smaller ships? How would this change things? I'm presuming this means World War II, and just because you don't use the resources for one thing doesn't necessarily mean you can convert all those resources across to another thing. It becomes quite a complicated analysis. Purely financially, yes, they could have had more planes, etc., and all sorts of things, but that doesn't necessarily help. I think I come back to when I'm looking at a sensible strategy for Germany. As I talked about in the videos, in World War One, they do have the capacity to build dreadnoughts, and they have the capacity to launch 4 or 5, or have even 2 classes of 4 or 5 under production at any one time, which is pretty darn good. That's 50% of the capacity of the British. It's 50% of the capacity of the British. That's the trouble. And they're a lot slower at building than the British. The British are able to build more at one time, and they're able to build them a lot faster, so they can churn out more. So this is why you can honestly say the Germans can never really win. However, and I say this as a big however, in the Second World War, they're building up. The maritime infrastructure has been taken out even more. And Raider does start off with both a conception of a submarine and surface raider force, and eventually of a different force with Plan Z. Now, I think, honestly, the Germans first of all run out of time. And secondly, a Scharnhorst class size vessel is a very sensible route to go. Scharnhorst size vessel with 15-inch guns and 40 or so feet longer with a nice oceanic bow, Atlantic bow fitted, is a very interesting concept. Comes a very big threat. And basically, your main purposes for a German Navy as pragmatic in any war, considering it can't build up that much, are to tie down as much of the Royal Navy as possible. So the Royal Navy has to build as much as possible to counter you, so the British Army is starved for funds. Basically, you're reversing the paradigm, because in Germany, the German Navy is starved for funds to support the army. In Britain, you could argue that the Navy will always get funding over the army, especially in this period. In which case, this might shock you, the German policy could well be to try and make sure that the funds are directed towards the Navy, not the Army. Now, admittedly, the British have prepared to put so much funds into defence that theirs is the only fully motorised, mechanised armed forces in the world by 1939, by World War II. In fact, one of the few the whole way through World War II that are. But if the Germans had managed to do a programme, had come with a slightly better and also slightly simpler to produce Scharnhorst design, which you could have done with a few changes, and churned out 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those, then the British are in a bit of a pickle, because it means they have to churn out more battleships. They have to churn out more aircraft carriers. And they also have to do the escorts to fight the submarines. And they have to do the tanks and the lorries for the army. And they have to do the fighters and the aircraft for the RAF. And this and that. So that's the thing. The more you can... it depends how you approach it. Whether you approach it from weakening your enemy on a strategic level or a tactical level. On a tactical level, those more ships and planes are probably useful. But on a strategic level, if you're not building battleships, then you're not tying up the Royal Navy's battleships. And just think about that. Think about World War II, where the Germans have nothing bigger than a cruiser. Well, for starters, does Glorious get sunk? Glorious and Courageous get lost? Possibly not. in the nicest way, they probably, the British probably are slightly more conservative because those cruisers all running around, and cruisers are considered the biggest threat to carriers. But they're also, she could actually outrun a Panzerschiff. So if they're all Deutschland class Panzerschiff, that's not gonna worry the British too much. It's going to annoy them, but it's not going to worry them as much. And so you probably end up with ships being protected, ships being refitted a little more, ships being the ones that what are the British going to be rushing building the King George V's? Possibly, possibly not. Possibly they'll cancel them all completely and start building 15-inch ones. Because remember, they're building battleships in part because of Germany, but also in part because of Italy and because of Japan. That's why they're building battleships, and that's why they're building aircraft carriers. Well, if Germany doesn't build battleships, then they're building battleships purely for Italy and Japan. And no one's going to consider a 14 inches good enough for dealing with Japanese and the Italians. Well, no one in their right mind. I forget, Chatfield was first Sea Lord. Possibly there is one person in the entire world who will, but that's one person. Maybe at this point Henderson gets a jump on him. Ethan, I have a serious question about HMS Glorious. It had one 50 cal machine gun that's in the AA arms. Why one? And where do you put 150 AA 50 cal to make any use? Right then, it had one because it had acquired one. Never ask these things too much strongly of the Royal Navy. Secondly, I think it was on one of the wing bridge stations. So, but I'm not. Don't hold me to that. Seneca. They shouldn't engage capital ships, but they can still escort convoys and shell shore bases. That's back to the pre-dreadnoughts? Yes. Daniel Hills, F3 versus Bismarck. What does that engagement look like, technically speaking? Does F3 force any changes in Bismarck if they're built? Well, technically the Bismarcks were the best the Germans could build at that time, so probably not much there's a difference in them. But if there is an F3, well, let's see. That was supposedly 9 15-inch 50 cal guns. Okay, that's not going to be nice. And a top speed of 28.5 knots in deep. Well, as I've said before, the Bismarcks are lovely, but they have 8 guns mounted 2-2-2-2, and the F3 had 9 mounted forward. Now, the interesting thing about the F3s is they actually have what I would call a more sensible outline of their guns, in that the C position can fire over the B and the A, rather than the B firing over the A and the C. I have no idea which bright spark came up with that idea. Whoever found them, they won't be happy. And theoretically has a top speed of 30 knots, but they're in heavy weather at the Battle of Denmark Strait, so the odds are they're not going to be doing max speed, either of them. They're probably going to be doing about 27 knots. In which case, the Germans can't probably get away. She'll be quite a modern ship. She's probably been modernized and upgraded at some point to an extent, and as much as Nelson and Rodney have been, if not more so, because she's fast enough to keep up with the fast-moving fleet. And yeah, I would put my money on the F3, mainly because she could use 9 versus 4, so she can double the guns if she's firing from forward. If they get in a broadside engagement, then she's a slightly smaller target, but it's, whoever gets the first shot, really. But there again, F3 did have slightly better armor. A lot better armor than Hood did. Edit. Oh, no, that's another question on the German German things from John Hargroves. Hello, John. And hello, Daniel, if I didn't say hello, Daniel. John Hargroves. How would the small tube boiler perform on low-grade coal? Would the Germans still have speed problems? John, they would still have had speed problems, probably, but it would have been okay on low-grade hull. You designed the boiler for low-grade hull. Remember, the tubes are in the water part, not to do with the heat part. The coal goes into the burner. It's the part that's generating the heat. There's a water jacket around the system, which acts as a heat exchanger, which then goes through the tubes. So, and sort of the tubes are in the walls, which are taking it. You could get theoretically more clogging and soot, but honestly, you would design the boilers around it. It's not as good, but it's still better than what they have. Rapid Razak. Germany ditches battleships in favour of carriers. What does a major carrier battle in the North Sea look like? And Germany opened the war by Pearl Harbouring Scapa Flow. Well, if the Germans had opened the war by Pearl Harbouring Scapa Flow, they'd have been sorely disappointed, because the Royal Navy didn't have a habit of sitting in Scapa Flow. They didn't have a habit of sitting anywhere. That's the thing. At no point do you find a base with the Royal Navy sitting in fully in a large number in World War II. They could have taken out some class battleships, though, which would have been interesting. But also, the odds of them getting such a fleet closer to Scapa Flow. The Pacific is a far larger place and far easier to hide than the North Sea. Especially once you're getting close to the British territory. I would say also that's probably building aircraft carriers on the line of the Graf Zeppelin. Well, for starters, if the Germans are building more aircraft carriers, you can guarantee the British will be building more aircraft carriers, because that'll be our counter. And you could end up with a carrier battle in the North Sea, but if you end up with a carrier battle in the North Sea, expect land-based air to be a factor. And expect it to look probably closer to Coral Sea in how it turns out and how in its action than Midway. But again, it would be an interesting battle. It would possibly be. Again, I think the British armoured carriers would have come into their own. Definitely armoured carriers would have come into their own. Because I think in that kind of carrier battle, the Germans would have been focusing on dive bombers with Stukas. And early air groups of the Graf Spee really do, you're looking at a Stuka-centric force. And they would be the lighter Stukas, not the later Stukas. And the Stukas are the lighter bombs. You might well have found that the German carriers get saturated and get taken out by British torpedo bombers, maybe even British skewers. Again, this is the thing. If you have a carrier battle in 1939 in the North Sea between Fulmar, Swordfish air groups on British carriers versus Stuka, whatever fighter the Germans eventually decide, probably a version of the ME-109. German fighters are probably better, but again, they probably won't be flying at night. And they probably won't have the limited radar direction the British were fielding in 1939 for their carriers. But they were starting to field some. So they have that limitation. They have dive bombers, but their fighters might get through the cap and their dive bombers might attack. But do they actually hit the target? And if they do hit the target, the British armoured carriers could well keep going. But if it's in 1939, 1940, there's basically only a lustrous round for armoured carriers. Then there's Ark Royal, which is going to be carrying a far larger air group. Biggest factor you might see is actually you might see a high-performance British carrier fighter coming into service far quicker. That's the other thing. If the Germans are building carriers, then there is going to be none of this was stopping the Seafire for the Spitfire. The Seafire will be in service. In fact, the Seafire might well become a priority. Because, again, it's what do you respond to the Germans? It's going to be, not going to be developed in isolation. The Germans aren't going to go, not building cavalry ships, only building carriers. And the Brits aren't going to go, we're going to carry on by our own selves and ignore this. No, the Brits will respond, and they'll be looking at it and going, So the Germans are converting their land-based planes to it? You might even see a Sea Hurricane earlier, or something like that. It could be interesting. Right. Oh, good lord, I think I'm a long way behind. Let's see, where are we? Now, the last one I remember from where I was Vice Admiral Nelson. Narrator. Hello, narrator. I think that's the same sort of thing that Osprey used to use. Sadly, the brew ran out here. I'm sorry about the brew running out. Vice Admiral Nelson, I found your comments, and now I found out where I was. Right. So Nakira, what is the fastest you could theoretically fire 16 shells? Best deck available, or at any point of history? Well, if you've got rail guns working, you could be its order of magnitudes. If you've got railguns working and you use some of the ideas of hypersonic design, you could probably be talking about several times the speed of sound. The actual would depend on how well the railgun worked and how well anything like that happened. But, you know. Right. Next question. 01. 08. Now, Tian Wong, this is always an interesting question because it causes arguments like you wouldn't believe. Tian Wong, what if the ground fleet went for Vickers 14-inch instead of 13.5-inch? Well, for starters, that starts the British doing a 2-inch rather than a 1.5-inch jump. It's going to be logistically slightly more difficult for the British, but not insurmountable. It's often used as an excuse and the reason, but honestly, I think it's partially laziness. Plus, it gives them another level of upgrade, theoretically. But it doesn't really, because you don't get 6.5. It means that, if in doubt, the Queen Elizabeth class are more than likely 16-inch guns, 16-inch battleships. And that's the thing. You end up with 16-inch Queen Elizabeth class, 16-inch R class, 16-inch HMS Hood, probably. I would be even more certain at that point than Agincourt would have been an 18-inch battleship if she'd been built, the 6th Queen Elizabeth class. And interesting enough, you probably don't get Nelson and Rodney built. Because the British have all these 16-inch ships. Which might keep Tiger in service longer. Because if you don't have Rodney and Nelson built, the British have to preserve all the battleships they can, all the ships they can. So, honestly, you probably get Tiger kept, because she'd probably be 16-inch. And you might even have probably they do get rid of the 14-inch ships, but they get rid of. Well, it depends whether they keep any 14-inch ships or not. You might well have the Iron Dukes kept in service for a while, and Tiger, because then with those 5, and the Queen Elizabeth's 5, and the R class is 5. That's 15 plus the 3 battlecruisers. Other battlecruisers, that's your 18 ships, which theoretically the British could well have made a case for having 18 ships. Because also, the British having 18 ships would have been a fairly homogenous force. Okay, yes, some would have been 14-inch, but they'd have been, especially if they were the small tube boiler, if that idea had been gone through earlier, you could have survived. Those ships would then have been the first to be replaced, coming on World War II. Probably even before the R class. Actually, no, I'm not sure. You see, actually, there is part of me just thinks an Iron Duke class would have been easier to upgrade than an R class. Which probably sounds absurd when you're thinking about it, because you're just going, but the Revenge class are the newer ships. But if they're more closer to Almirante Latour, and they have 14-inch 14-inch guns, like sort of what HMS Canada, when she's in British service, has. Let's be honest. The Iron Duke class are slightly easier to probably upgrade. Looking at them, they are 189.8 meters long. Which means they are actually 0.6 meters longer than the R class. They are, I don't know, 27.4 meters beam, so they've got slightly more beam, and they've got rough 9.98 meters draft versus 10.2, slightly shallower draft. There is part of me that honestly thinks the Iron Dukes, because the other thing you could have done with the Iron Dukes quite easily, which you couldn't do with the R class, but you could do with the Iron Dukes, is you could take out the 5th turret, the center turret, and use that space and that weight for all sorts of things, which you couldn't do with the R class. So, honestly, upgrading the Iron Dukes would be easier than upgrading the R class. And if they'd had 14-inch guns, you might have kept them for that. There's probably a few people sitting here looking at me going, Alex, you are talking crazy talk. But think about it. What do I have to do? Well, they're beamy enough that, I can leave the 14-inch guns. Not that bad. Yes, 8. Not as great as I'd like. I'd like more, but I'll take 8. If I take off the middle turret, then I've got all that space for engines, hangar, armor improvements, secondary weaponry improvements, all that space I can do all sorts of things. I haven't got that in the R-class battleships. And if they're 14-inch guns, they're probably slightly bigger anyway. And yes, the R-class might well have 16-inch guns, but they're still going to be just as tough to upgrade. So I might actually upgrade the Queen Elizabeths and be upgrading the Iron Dukes, the 14-inch Iron Dukes, especially if I think, well, if I can modify them a bit, i.e. take out that center turret, perhaps I can recite the other turrets and give them double 16s and get away with that in the treaties. And then I have a far better ship. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. The 14, it's an interesting what if. Graham Handler, I totally agree on Graf Spain, especially the communications puts a totally different aspect on Jutland. Yes, that is the thing. Graf Spain might well not have done any freaking communication. So Jutland might have been more interesting. Okay. In answer to your question, Frank Spano, hello Frank, why did it take so long to get Enterprise and Emerald in service between the C's, D's, E's, Omaha, and Gen light cruisers? Which were more sensible for their time and had the most useful service in World War II? Well, the C's mostly become anti-air cruisers, and they're quite useful for that. The D's don't get much work, and the E's try their best, but probably it's actually the IJN light cruisers, but that's because by the time you get to World War II, the E's and the reason they take so long to enter in service is because they're test beds for a lot of the ideas, which eventually form the basis for the Royal Navy's new light cruisers, which come into service in the interwar years. We're talking the Oleander class, the Refuser class, the Town class, the Crown Colony class. All these ones owe their genesis to the E class and what they do. So consider the E class really test beds. Good luck, Stafford. My current strategy is belt extended and deck half of the belt and deck extended a quarter of the belt. I sounds like a good strategy, Seneca. Well, that one, Tian, I am going to copy and paste and put in. So, what if Yamatos were substituted for Haruna and Hiei in the Night Battle of Guadalcanal? Well, it gets slightly more painful for everyone. And instead of Hiei and Haruna, Haruzumi, you have the lovely Yamatos. Well, the interesting question becomes, how advanced are we talking about them? With the Japanese skill of night fighting anyway, then the Japanese theoretically have an advantage, but the Americans managed to get in between them. That's the thing. And that causes the Japanese to have to be very careful at fighting. The American used the Japanese' own skills against them because the Americans are in so close that the Japanese have to be careful on shooting down each other. The thing is, the Yamato class battleships, well, they have radar. Not great radar, but they have radar. The thing is, I don't think that radar is installed till later in the war. From memory, it's about 1943-44 that they actually get radar. So they don't have radar, but if they're there, they have very big guns. So let's put it this way. If they get the same number of hits as the ships there do, then they are probably going to cause a lot more damage and you're going to lose a lot more ships if you're Americans. However, depending on when they actually have their radar fitted, let's say they do get it in 1942, and therefore they've got it before the Battle of Guadalcanal, then that could well turn what was a very well executed American maneuver into a incredibly unlucky maneuver for the Americans, because it's a maneuver which in a way the Japanese lose, depending on what technology they're coming with. Yamamoto and Musashi might make a very big difference, but, and I say this in all sincerity, again, these things do not happen in isolation. If the Japanese are bringing down their heavy mob, the Americans are going to hear about it, and whilst the Americans might have trouble finding their heavy mob, they will find some heavy mob for it. They will be crying. That will probably involve standards being deployed there, but they will do it. Frank Sparrow, could you ever come to Battle of Leyte Island? If you were controlled by IJN, how would you have defended it? Yeah, I'm happy to look at it. I would want to look into a lot more detail before I answer the question of how I would defend it, because depending on what resources I can grab. And Rosa, your brow seems quite furrowed today. I don't have my fluffy research assistant with me. He's staying inside and being patted. And he decided that it was warmer in the house, and I found that a bit cruel. No. It's been a busy few days. It's a lot of work going on. You're trying to get everything done and pull everything together, and people are being strange for the edited book, etc. Greetings, Andrew. Bad Guy 889. In World War II, would it have been better to have the US to have taken Taiwan instead of retaking the Philippines? I think in that case, Bad Guy 8829, If the US had taken Taiwan instead of retaking the Philippines, Chiang Kai-shek might still have withdrawn there, but he also might have withdrawn to a very different Taiwan. In that, if the Americans already established a major presence there, they might have set up Taiwan as an independent state already by that point. It could be a very interesting scenario, but technically, I think Taiwan is always sort of Taiwan is given to the Republic of China to look after as part of its territories post World War II. When Taiwan has always been a sort of nebulous state in that it's been part of China, it's been part of Japan, it's been part of this one, part of that one. As a rule, the Taiwanese are pretty independent. Everyone likes to claim they control them, and they don't tend to. They tend to be. How do I put this? There are a few nations in history who have a habit of having their big neighbors claim they control them, and for a quiet life, they tend to go, "Yes, you do." Now, do you mind? We've got our own things to do. We've been here for too long already. Sort of thing going on. Daniel Phillips. Alright then. Oh, that's an interesting one. The K-class and the rotating deck launcher. This is going to get me a lot of submarine questions, isn't it? Now, K-class are sort of an interesting thing in many, many ways. Some of the K-class are fitted with all sorts of different things. Now, originally, they have twin 18-inch deck tubes fitted, but they are later removed. And later removed because of literally the complexity of maintaining them. But I suppose the question is, what happens if they keep it up? What happens if they do keep up an idea of an external launching system? If you do have a deck launcher that is able to be angled, so the submarine doesn't have to orientate itself on its target to fire its torpedoes, it can orientate its launcher on its target to fire torpedoes, then and it can be fired remotely from inside and reloaded from inside, it becomes a very problematic thing because, let's put it this way, one of the points of bearing you have on a submarine is where are the torpedoes coming from. So if the torpedoes are coming from this direction, then I have a cone that I know a submarine can be in, because it can't turn its own, just twist. It has to turn like this. But if you have an angle, an arc of fire, etc., on your submarine, then you can snipe. You can be going in one direction and launching your broadside off the other direction. And that is probably what you would end up with doing. You probably end up with a broadside sort of system of having a launcher either side of the conning tower that popped up the fire. I don't know how much effect that would have on their ability to their depth and their their actual hull design would be kind of interesting. And making the whole system waterproof would be a nightmare. The pressure hull would be, oh good lord. But tactically, you'd make the anti-submarine job a lot more difficult. It's because of the sheer technological difficulty in surmounting that causes it to be not happened. Tianong, what if the Yamatos were substituted for Haruna, Hiei, in the Night Battle of Guadalcanal? Or I'm thinking one Yamato, one Nagato, and any combo Fuso pre-conversion, I say. You have broadly similar luck. It's the same thing. It's the way the battles go place. The reason I said about the Yamatos is because they have radar fitted at certain points. And it's when they have radar fitted. That's the thing. The big difference at the Guadalcanal would have been simple. If the Japanese had had radar, then the Americans couldn't have pulled the maneuver of going between them, having even boats far to port and odd boats far to starboard, if I remember correctly. You can't do that because the radar will see them coming. And it'll turn an ambush, which is a close quarters night fighting par excellence ambush, into a nightmare. Reparating, as hard as the Japanese fought to keep it, why didn't the Japanese try for Kantai Kesan around Guadalcanal? Logistics. Stafford, I'll save that one. Bilge pumps of Norway in 1940 and Afghanistan today for bilge pumps, definitely. It's a good idea for bilge pump, though. Okay. Seneca, you're doing another German dreadnought question, and I'm going to answer it, but you might not like the answer. What if Germany had actually good dreadnoughts and managed to build double the amount they have year for year? So, if this is the First World War, then if they are building 8 a year, then they're building the same number as the British are building. But to do that, they're going to have to increase their infrastructure dramatically. I'm talking doubling the size of their marine infrastructure. At which point the British will take notice and will probably respond by promptly doubling the size of their marine infrastructure. You Camel Lairds, Harlan and Wolf, etc., would suddenly find they had a lot of money and planning permission secured very quickly for movements. Remember, the British have already come up with the tube line and the London Underground. They know the trick of being able to move people out but still get them coming in for work. It's not cheap. In fact, it's stonkingly expensive. And if you want to know how important Liverpool and Camel Lairds are, the fact is that Merseyrail, which is pretty much the Liverpool equivalent and Merseyside equivalent of the London Underground, is set up 44 years ago. But if you ever go round them, you'll notice that quite a lot of stations are a lot older than that. And they've had commuter stations going backwards and forwards for a while before then. In fact, it's the merger of many railways. In fact, including the Merseyrail, which was the first one which went underneath Mersey, which has been going since 1886. There are railways going under around Liverpool, so expanding Camelot is fine. Expanding all these things is fine. You do it, it's urban planning. It's a function. So, yes, Germany gets better ships and managed to build double the amount they are year for year. You expect the British would build double the amount they do year for year. And you would end up with a massive and extortionate building race. You probably end up with Germany going bankrupt, or they'd have to strip some funds from their army. That's the only way they could afford to pay for it, in which case the German army becomes very, very upset. If you're talking World War II, well, that's a different factor. Let's say they build the hypothetical Drachenfels Scharnhorst class. Low end of the efficiency, but it is efficiency. And they managed to build 4 of them. And so they've got 6 15-inch guns each one, so they're equivalent to Renown or Repulse. And they build 4. So they're commissioning twice as many, and then they're building 4 more, and they'll probably get them through quicker. So they could well have even 8 or 6 ready to go by the time of World War II. The response from the Royal Navy probably would have been the armoured carriers would have been slightly bigger and slightly quicker in terms of production, because Royal Navy used carriers for search and slowing down the opponent. Remember, that was part of their function in the fleet. Was, an individual carrier could search and it would provide enough strike capability, maybe not to sink an enemy ship or enemy cavalry ship. You never can be quite sure of that, but definitely to slow it down. And honestly, you probably could see the King George V churning out quicker as well. Stafford, I have heard someone call it their Dunkirk, and there's all sorts of things going on with Dunkirk. And I would agree it's a more Nordic scenario. Frank Swanner, I wanted to recommend Captain Lawrence Dubus of the USS Portland for the incredible way he ran his cruiser model. Ship is at all 4 carrier fights and has an important role in protecting CVs, both Guadalcanal battles, present for the second, and help sink battleship Hiei and kills Mogami, etc. Dubus would be a captain, would be at Cape Argano, and be the only US service commander to sink an IJM carrier. Congratulations. Hello, Melanie. Does sound pretty cool. I should probably do a video about it at some point. The narrator. If the Battle of Midway never happened, or if neither side loses any ships, what do you think the next move would ever be? Ooh, that's an interesting one. What is the next move? What is the next move? If the Battle of Midway doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen, then you probably get a Midway-like battle occurring at some point. If for some reason the Japanese, everyone thinks the operation is going to happen, then the Japanese call it off for some reason. They get wind of the American trap, or they get some other reason logistically comes up. It doesn't happen. The Americans probably try for a trap again. If the battle happens and for some strange reason neither side manages to kill any ships, but they both go back to their corners, the question you get is, the Americans then still need to do some patch-up work on their ships. Do they ask for USS Robin, i.e. HMS Victorious, to come across? This is the question. And I say this because it's important. A, the British get training in strike aircraft and the heavy strike aircraft, which they're trying to bar the Americans, because, let's be honest, the Salesfish's 2 successors are proving, Albacore has proved, oh God, what happened to you? And the Barracuda is taking its own sweet time because they've tried to make it do everything. And it's basically been ignored by the Air Ministry in its early development, and now the Fleet Air Armour Royal Navy's trying to run their first ever complicated aircraft development program since they have had the fleet air arm back under control whilst also manage a war. There are some balls being dropped. It's terrible. It does turn out like a good aircraft in the end, but it takes a lot of work to get there, and it's basically in the World War II before it is the good aircraft. So, well, arguably even after the end of World War II, but leave that to one side. The point is, what happens? Does HMS Victorious go across? That's an interesting question. That is an interesting question because I can see two things. I can see one, the Americans making the case and asking for the extra carrier anyway, so they can rest and maintain their carriers, but then you probably get the British carrier, you do get those carrier integrations, and it's kind of interesting force, and you might end up with a big battle with a British carrier taking part in a big battle. Because the Americans could well say, yes, we need a fleet carrier. The Victorious comes across. You have Victorious. You have all the free carriers, and then the Americans could go for a big fleet battle again, and that could happen, which could be an interesting thing, especially if you have a big fleet battle and you have basically Victorious has become the fighter carrier, and let's say her air group is the air defense of the task group, so the other three ships concentrate on sending off strikes with the strike aircraft and a few fighters, and Victorious is the fighter mama of the battle group. You could end up with a very interesting battle in that scenario. You could also end up with the battle going on later, and the British and Victorious not being there, and Victorious actually being over. Well, let's see. She says the US Navy 1943 till August. August 1943. Operation C. You're not really sure what happens, but, Victorious. What could she have been around for in 1942? There's a few interesting operations that she could have been there for in 1943, 1940, but she's not there for them, so we don't know what the RN might have done with her if they had her instead. But it's an interesting question. It really is. Vice Admiral Nelson. Oh, something else. What if cruisers had the same displacement limit as battleships in the treaties? As in, they could limited be 35,000 tons. Seneca in the area, if the cruisers would have limited the same limit as battleships in the treaties, goodness knows how big things get. If you're talking about them getting the same tonnage limitation, well, that's a more sort of interesting thing. If, let's say, yeah, let's see. Well, so it can get more interesting. But let's put it this way: if you had a total capital ship displacement tonnage, and the US and United Kingdom use their same tonnage for them, for their battleships as well as for their aircraft, as for their cruisers, well, then the British would be limited to 52, or 53, probably, yeah, 53, free in terms of metric tons cruisers, 10,000-ton cruisers, which wouldn't be that great. It would be an interesting thing. Cruisers were always going to be a separate category. By Samuel Nelson, if Italy had joined the war and never decided in 1914, Paris would have definitely fallen, since the Savoy front would have cost the French at least 500,000 men. I don't think so, because the speed of movement in World War One, especially the speed of, let's put it this way: for starters, you would then have it would depend on the time to organise things, of course, but I don't think the Austrians and the Italians, even if the Italians join the same side as the Austrians, are going to cooperate that well. So it's going to be Italian troops who are going to be going to the Savoy border. Because remember, Austria and Italy have been fighting wars over the Italian unification for a while, which is a major reason why the Italians joined the Allied side in the Entente Cordiale side in World War One. So I would say it's just going to be an issue. It's going to be not an easy time for the French, but also expect the British to get involved heavily, and expect probably more use of the colonial troops. A lot of colonial troops would have to get called in. You would probably have, and this is the thing which is often forgotten, Indian divisions were called all around the world in World War One, and there were plans to mobilize African divisions similarly and create them. It wouldn't have been quick, but I'm no doubt that you would have had a British African Corps, African Troops Corps, like the Indian Army, mobilized, and probably more of the Indian Army mobilized and fighting in the UK, fighting in Europe. That would have been the only way they could have done it. But that would have been the likely response. I don't think Paris would have fallen because, don't take this the wrong way, but Savoy is not the nicest country to try and fight through. There is a lot of fortifications built in there. There's a lot of natural fortifications. And on top of that, you then have a long way to go to get to Paris. And by that point, the northern front had pretty much stabilized fairly well. Yes, the Germans occasionally are making breakthroughs, but yeah, it's sort of stabilized. Arglef, hello. Alright, Japan's war plans basically conquer all the islands, lost the New Hebrides, but ignore New Zealand, Australia, and North America. Possibly would have never have turned west to Indian Ocean. That's London. Hi, Jack Ray. Tinrong, why didn't they just grit their teeth and carry on to Istanbul then, if they still got plenty of pre-dreads? Honestly, the Admiral was... They could have probably made it, but they didn't think they could. Battles elections, lots of things in life are often decided by 1 square foot of terrain. What's in here on the commanding officer's head? Frank Swanner, is Germany's biggest contribution to the Dreadnought arms race how many are built, whilst it's other nations that build them bigger? Arguably, yes. I would say it's the Italians, Americans, and the British to keep ahead of the Italians and Americans, and to an extent the Japanese as well, which drive forward technology. The Germans are driving forward the British numbers. Thank you, Stafford, for asking people to like, and thank you very much for the super chats. I haven't said thank you to super chats already, but some people have been very nice and have super chatted away. It's always very nice and very kind, and thank you very much for everyone who's liked and sharing the channel. And just so you know, I am planning on trying to, do 5 hours tonight because I have to, because someone has put up a 5-hour dry dock, and the rule is I try and match it. So wish me luck. I have got a lot of iron brew. So no, my pre-Dreadnought question was more: what did pre-Dreadnoughts do in World War I? In real life, not a what. In real life, not a what if. Well, I'm going to add that in again. Senator Canero, you're getting a lot of questions today. Right. Pre-Dreadnoughts in World War One were mainly responsible in secondary theatres of war, i.e. the Mediterranean fleet, especially in terms of attacking Dardanelles, was made up heavily of pre-Dreadnoughts. There were lots of little pre-Dreadnoughts around in penny packets, 1s and 2s around the world, securing specific key ports and key harbours and key areas, basically against surface raiders. The idea being that if you're a surface raider and you know there's a pre-Dreadnought anywhere in that area, you're probably going to avoid it because it's definitely not something you want to take on. And they were also used as troop ships. They were used for transporting personnel back and forwards and key goods. If you can think of any use of a warship that can be adapted to, you usually find at least one of the pre-Dreadnoughts had a girder. I think at one point they even considered a pre-Dreadnought being used as a mine layer, but we'll leave that to one side. I don't think it was actually ever done, but they did consider it, certainly. Mm-hmm. Tianrong, what about 9 14-inch Scharnhorst, 9 14-inch Scharnhorst with 4 screws? I'm presuming in 3 treble turrets. It's a lovely idea, but the Germans don't have a 14-inch gun program. They have an 11-inch gun program and they have a 15-inch gun program. So that's what you can work with. Why weren't the King George V's fitted with Atlantic bows after war was started? Or at least the last 2 while on the stocks, as war was imminent at the time, given what's going on aboard? I would say that. How do I put this politely? The British decided that the Atlantic bow, as such, they sort of had a decent enough bow for what they wanted to do. They weren't excessively wet forward, and they were able to make headway. Doesn't exactly mean it was perfect, and it's interesting to consider that the Lion class certainly seem to have had a more prominent bow. But again, it was a weight saving and time saving in construction design. If you change things about too much, you have to change the build. Frank Sparsato, what good were the King George V going to be if all their opponents had larger guns? Honestly, they were well armoured, and yes, they had larger guns, but again, you're talking about an effective engagement range. The 14-inch in the likely effective engagement range is just as deadly as other guns. Because that's what the British are thinking about. Plus, you're able to fire 10. So you have 2 quad turrets and a double turret. Originally they were hoping to get 12 on them. So if you could have 12 in 3 turrets, 14-inch guns, that's a pretty massive broadside. And if your choice is 9-15 or 12-14, you are probably better going with the 12-14. Again, it's the old 6-inch versus 8-inch debate. However, it's also a bit of a compromise. And the whole idea of the 14-inch was it was supposed to encourage everyone else to go 14-inch. And then the Japanese left the treaties. The Americans used their escalator clause. Other people weren't taking notice anyway. And the trouble is the British were too far down the construction line to actually change it by that point. Sure, Mac. More importantly, you aren't tying down the Iron's carriers. If the Germans don't have capital ships, you aren't tying down the Iron's carriers. You aren't tying down the Iron's capital ships. Honestly, that would have been the ultimate win for the British. That would have made World War One so much easier. World War Two so much easier for the British if the Germans hadn't built capital ships. Because, yeah, there are things which are annoying out there. But if they haven't got capital ships, you can afford to modernize, upgrade your capital ships elsewhere. You can afford to move them. You can afford to start building up an Indian Ocean fleet, which, if necessary, can back up Mediterranean fleet by just popping through the Suez Canal. And that becomes the nucleus of your force, because that's the sensible thing. If you're talking about Britain in 1939, 1940, dealing with fighting Italy, well, probably the Queen Elizabeth go into the go to Mediterranean. That's where your Queen Elizabeth go. Maybe your King George V's, your KGVs, possibly. But you probably send everything else to the Indian Ocean. You start building up Ceylon and that sort of area immediately because, and this is going to sound interesting, but not okay. You're trying to deter the Japanese, so you want a major fleet base there, but you don't want your best units there, but you want them to be able to on call. You need your best units for fighting your war. Do you need your whole battle fleet to fight the Italians? No. Do you probably leave a couple of hours sitting in Gibraltar? Yes, because if the Italians try to break out from the Mediterranean, they will have the Gibraltar guns and a couple of R-class battleships to go, hello! If you're coming straight towards us and we're in the nice Mediterranean, we can engage. It works. But, yeah. And you probably get some of the KG. It's one of those things that actually Germans doing that, yes, the British have to build escorts. But they probably start building escorts earlier. The sloop program I've talked about many times before probably starts happening because the British can build sloops. And so they would just start building an anti-submarine warfare sloop prior to World War II and just start churning out. And in fact, they might be really naughty and get the Commonwealth allies to churn them out as well at the same time. So they might get Canada and Australia to churn them out at the same time, which could have interesting effects on World War II. What if Germany continued the legacy of the Deutschland instead of the Hippers? It becomes complicated. If they continue building Deutschlands and variations on Deutschland-class cruisers, honestly, the British probably don't mind because the Hippers are far better, far more dangerous vessel than the Deutschland. KGVs versus Littorio would still work? Probably. It wouldn't be a nice fight, but the KGV has very good armor and probably can probably stand up to a Littorio. It's going to be an even fight, and the point is the British won't fight even. And here is the thing: the British do not believe in fighting an even battle. So if you have a KGV versus a Littorio, you probably have a Queen Elizabeth with the KGV. In which case, it's a Littorio versus a KGV and a Queen Elizabeth. If the Italians manage to bring all six, because the British don't, for some reason, Taranto their fleet to mean that they can never really generate more than two at any one time, sometimes three, the British those ships will probably find themselves faced off against the even number of British battleships, if not a superior number, especially if the British don't have to have battleships watching the Germans. Harajirish, what if Japan convinced the rest of India to revolt? They already had 200,000 Indians on its side. That would have been a nasty, nasty time for the British in India. It would have been absolutely terrible. Who knows what would have happened? Who knows? They'd probably still lost World War II, and the Indians might have found themselves fighting the Americans, which could have been interesting. Depends how the Indian government manages to phrase it. Okay, Andrew Campbell. Hello, Andrew. What if the RN figured the trouble was its shells bursting on the armour at Dogger Bank? Then Jutland becomes a far, far more deadly battle for the Germans. In the nicest way, there are lots of German ships which just about make it back to harbour, and require a lot of work to be fixed. If suddenly those shells more are penetrating than are doing surface explosions, then you have a very different story. And if the Germans have a lot more damaged ships after the Battle of Jutland, then they might well be a lot slower trying to get away, in which case there might not be another. Let's put it this way. If you want to change a single technical detail at Jutland and want to really see how much of a disadvantage the numbers and the sheer the capabilities in terms of positioning that Jellicoe managed to achieve twice, you change that fact. If you change the shells from the 1916 to the 1918 variety, there is a huge difference in what happens. Max from Sparta. KGVs versus Washington with Lee. Don't be that cruel. It's Lee. Which KGV? Duke of York Duke of York and King George V have a reputations of being quite good ships. Duke of York has a reputation for being a lucky ship. Prince of Wales, of course, was an unlucky ship. So if it's against Prince of Wales, probably Washington wins. If it's Duke of York, then possibly both get sunk. And if it's King George V, who knows? It's flip a coin. Who gets the first rounds in first? May 1640, B firing over AC, what? Okay, so if you look at Nelson and Rodney, you'll notice that they have my absolute pet peeve. In that B turret, and not only do they have the 3 turrets forward, which, as you know, I am not a fan of. I understand the theory behind, but I'm still not a fan. Not only do they have that, and they have that superstructure. Oh my god, they have that superstructure. But leaving that all to one side, they have it set up so that B turret is the super firing one, and A and C are the deck level. Just no. Okay, just no. There are so many things wrong with those ships. They are good ships, but their designers were just no. I don't care about the theory. It looks stupid, and it is stupid. Versus the F3s, where they had it in the right position. F3 versus O3 design. Rapid race back. What were the most obvious violations of the London-Washington treaties? I'm assuming Yamato Musashi would have remained unknown until the outbreak of war. Most of the Italian cruiser line, most of the Japanese cruiser line, pretty much any aircraft carrier built once you start actually looking to what they seem to, how quickly their displacement seems to grow in World War II. We won't get into the destroyers because, as said, I think I've said before, not a single Tribal class destroyer seems to actually make the standard displacement it's supposed to. Let's put it this way. The whole point about the treaties, I've often thought, is that they're not necessarily strict guidelines, which is why they could afford to ignore it when nations jump past. They're supposed to keep the competition within acceptable levels. Yes, you can exceed the guidelines. You probably will do. But the thing is, you can't exceed them by so much without it being patently obvious. So you're not going to. So they know you're going to cheat. The question is, they know you. This way, they're controlling the level of cheating. Shomak, the person decided on the A, Super B, and C layout, was also the person that took a look at the Pensacola class and said, yes, but let's put the triples above the twins. If that was the same person's history, wouldn't surprise me. Next one, what if 2 Littorios were at Denmark Strait instead? If 2 Littorios were at Denmark Strait instead of Bismarck and Prince Eugen, or if 2 Littorios were at Denmark Strait instead of Hood and Prince of Wales. If 2 Littorios were there instead of Hood and Prince of Wales, then good luck Bismarck, because honestly that would be an interesting thing. They were good ships, and they certainly wouldn't have had the weakness that Hood had, and they would have had far more reliable shooting at that point than Prince of Wales had. But saying that, if you'd been two Littorios versus Hood, if it had been a task group which was rumored to be two Littorios, there is no way Britain would have decided Hood and Prince of Wales were enough on their own. It wouldn't have been hunter groups of 2 battleships. It would have been hunter groups of 3 or 4 battleships, and probably a carrier coming in to spot them. Hello, Team Meloka. Steve Winch, Britain was scared of what Japan could do in Burma and India with independence movements for good reason. Luckily, the movement was still split in 2 or 3 factions at the time. That is what Britain was basically relying on. Who do you think worked so hard to keep those independence movements fractured and split up? Jack Ray, thank you. Also watching this before dry dock. Thank you. Well, the dry dock is about 5 hours long. Frank Spanner, what is Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one when I get to it. I'm making sure I find the right pointer was at because I've just clicked down to the bottom. The narrator, replace the middle turret with dedicated iron brew tea making facility. Double the crew's morale with one easy tick. They're Scottish crew. They're just going to cause war. I mean, when I say cause war, I mean they'll be single-handedly taking on any navy in the world. Hieroglyph, please keep it clean. Hieroglyph, what have you been up to? The fact you managed to make Stafford delete your message is worrying. He is usually one of the nicest of the moderators. Sean Mack. Sean occasionally just, tells people off just because they're his finger slips. But, yeah. Hieroglyph. German aircraft carriers, even with full Japanese cooperation, would be inferior to UK armoured carriers, especially after Seafires. And that's providing that the Japanese actually want to cooperate with the Germans. The Japanese don't trust the Germans. So I can't think why. 2 expansionist powers don't trust each other. They're fairly sure they have to go to war against each other at some point. Good evening, Gerocron. Hello. Carrier Battle North Sea weather dependent. It is a tad bouncy out there. Again, this is the thing. The Royal Navy aircraft carriers are designed to operate in the North Atlantic and the South Atlantic. That's one of the reasons why the British have the methodologies they do. It's the other thing. Sometimes when I sit there and I'm trying to explain to people, okay, if you're operating your carriers in areas which regularly have waves which go over the top of the carrier, you do not want to have an open hangar. But this allows more space for you to have aircraft. Yes, but when the big waves come out, you will cease to have aircraft because they'll all be off in the sea. So, there are functions and reasons behind British designs to practice. They're kind of critical. I also think, honestly, that Germany at most would have had 2 fleet and 2 light fleet carriers at most. Because again, it's the same thing as building the Scharnhorst and the other. You can build. That's what actually holds up the Graf Zeppelin. Is literally building the space to build ships. They only have 2 functionally. 2.5, maybe, if you consider them nice. Seneca Nero, my question about how fast you can fire a 16-inch shell was more about rate of fire. The Americans managed to get the Mark 16 8-inch up to 10 rounds per minute. Using an autoloader. Most 16-inch guns were talking roughly, when they're crewed, 1.5 rounds a minute as fitted. So it's basically 40 seconds per shot. Now, with auto-loading, you can probably get that down to 30 seconds, but you're still moving a hefty hunk of weight. So probably it's around every 30 seconds. So, I hope that answers the question. So much. You do realize that plenty of Asian and Polynesian and Micronesian people cooperate with the Japanese in the name of anti-Euro colonialism. I do. But the thing is, quite a lot of them distrusted the Japanese even more than they distrusted the Imperials. Because, in the nicest way, very quickly, the Japanese ended up killing some of them. Whereas the Imperials you didn't like, but they had a code of conduct. And usually worry about public opinion. And even at this point, to an extent. Although the British, of course, had done nasty things like the Amritsar massacre, the fact is the British then, rather than promoting or rewarding or just ignoring it, they had actually got rid of the general in post. It wasn't a nice thing. It's not something which should have happened, and frankly, that general should not have been in charge. He shouldn't have been anywhere near there, and that was not a place where you should have carried out that sort of action. And, frankly, if you're a general, you're expected to actually think of those things through, and he should have gone to prison. But it was a different time, and unfortunately, different politics managed to, how do I say this politely, win the day than mine. Right, do you know the average rate of fire for each nation's best 5-inch gun? Who had the best? Well, the ones who had the 5-inch gun are mainly the Americans, so the Americans had the best 5-inch gun. And the best average rate of fire, because they put the most work in it. The British, it's a 4.5-inch gun. It's a slightly different thing. What is 13.5 inches in millimeters? Well, that's an interesting question. From memory, 343 millimeters. Roughly. He says. Death Squad, you're talking crazy talk. What was that about? Hello, Alfred B228 and Colin Stad. Hello. Dreadnoughts, the 4.5 gun is ready for tribals. What happens? So if the tribals get the general dual-purpose 4.5-inch gun, A, they probably don't have to have X turret change, and B, they probably weigh displace slightly more than they do, but also, if they have double 4.5s and a true dual-purpose gun, now the losses to aircraft more than likely goes down, because they'll have 8 guns which can do high-angle anti-aircraft, and the rate of fire was also slightly better than the 4.7. So in practical terms, yeah, That's an interesting thing. You suddenly get a class of destroyer which is probably even more quickly built on. You also probably get the reality that most of the destroyers which come after them will be built with three double 4.5-inch guns. It's literally it basically means that going into World War II, the British have this already. You might well see the C class and possibly even the D class cruisers taken in line and converted to double 4.5-inch guns, because they could probably fit that on the turrets on them, which would be a very interesting things because it would create some very, very powerful ships for convoy escort in terms of anti-aircraft cruiser, but also in terms of, oh, you have torpedo boats coming in? Oh, we're sorry, shall we shred them for you? We have a lot of these double 4.5-inch guns. Rapid Razorback. RN goes the American route and keeps the Audacious class around until the mid-90s. Shows up the Falklands with 2 of them instead of Hermes and Invincible. How does this change things? They have airborne early warning and long-range strike. How does it not change things? Honestly, with airborne early warning, you can maintain a proper cap over the Falklands, in which case you can probably cut down any Argentinian air support down to zilch. You more than likely are able to secure and protect the ships from air attack, because you have the full range of air defense options, and you can provide proper warning. You can provide a lot more strike support on Argentinian positions. Honestly, if you have 2 Audacious class carriers around until the mid-90s, well, you'd have been more likely to have that if you'd had the Maltas for starters, but if you'd had two Audacious class carriers around to the mid-90s, the Falklands probably wouldn't have happened, because the Argentinians are not that stupid. They were waking and timing it to when they thought they had the best chance, and they did their best chance. Frank Spasato, do we know what tests were done on the E-Class? They ran the full gauntlet of tests that they could be due on them. In fact, there's even the fact that they're built with slightly different gun arrangements. One is actually built with a double turret forward, and the turret design is what will eventually inspire the turret design on the Leander class, and it goes into them. So they do a lot of work in terms of how do they operate aircraft, where do they operate aircraft. They get deployed around various stations around the world, being challenged, seeing what they're doing. The E-Class are the template for what the Royal Navy light cruisers become. As I said, template and testbed. Budguy 882, what would happen in what war in Europe have happened in World War II if the US didn't enter World War I? If the US didn't enter World War I, but kept things on the sidelines, the question is supplying things on the sideline. The question is, what would have happened in World War I? Honestly, their convoy escort is useful for the anti-submarine warfare, but it isn't overwhelming, but it's very useful what does come. Their contribution to the Grand Fleet, not really needed, but nice to have. Their troop numbers are critical to stabilizing the French army, and to helping stabilize the French army when the Germans attack. The German attack would probably have gone further, but it was already petering out before the Americans really counterattacked because it was running out of logistics. The British attack would probably have still gone in at the same point, so World War I would probably have ended at roughly the same time. Maybe November, maybe more February 1919 rather than November 1918. And it would have been quite interesting what would have happened in terms of treaties, because if the Americans don't enter World War I, then it's very difficult to see how the Americans negotiate a naval treaty with the British or anyone else in the world, because they're going to be looked at as people who just stood outside of things. No one's going to have any faith that they'll actually fight. They'll think they're just for show. And considering as the Americans in the 1920s might well not decide to build a navy second to none, or rather they might talk about it, but they might not actually fund it. And you could probably still do end up with World War II, because honestly, the Americans and the Brits teamed up to try and stop the French, who the French president talks about squeezing the German orange till the pip squeaks. So the British used the Americans to help them try and restrain some of the impetus of the French in terms of crippling the Germans and taking everything. So you probably still end up with World War II, because you probably still end up with the grievance, World War II Republic, Weimar Republic, the issues, and the economic collapse. But in the 1920s and the rise of the fascist dictators. But you probably end up with World War II, which looks very different, because you wouldn't have had the treaty system and you wouldn't have had the League of Nations. And you could well have had a scenario where the British and the Japanese grow a lot closer because of their mutual disdain for the Americans. Because the British will be going, well, the Japanese came and fought by our side in World War I, so when the Americans say, yeah, we want you to disown the Japanese, we'll go, why? And there's no naval treaty, so there's no incentive for the British to do so. Graham Hunter, why did they convert Furious, and where did the 16-inch guns go? The 18-inch. Graham Furious was fitted with 18-inch guns, and they went, as I've discussed, to various monitors. I think they were the Marshall Ney class. Got them. Oh, not the Marshall Neys. It was the other ones, wasn't it? Yes, they were 18-inch guns. Let's see. Let's put this question in, and I'll talk about it. It's a cool question. 0228. So, basically, the question is from Alfred B228. You talk about the possibility of the Queen Elizabeth getting small tube boilers and going 28 knots. Would the US make their following ships like Coros faster? They probably would. How quickly they could respond with small tube boilers of their own, it possibly wouldn't be the Colorados. It possibly would be the class after them, or maybe even the class after them. But they would have tried that. And let's go back again earlier, as I said, if we're talking about the Germans going for the fast battleship line, if the Germans go for fast battleship line in 1911, the British will respond. You can't imagine the Italians not going there. You can't imagine the other nations involved in the Dreadnought race, so the Americans would have had to go there. It would have just been, everyone would have got a lot faster, a lot quicker. Could have been really interesting for World War II. Steam Winch, I remember the wiki said mid-1943 for the radar. So if the Yamatos don't have radar, it doesn't change much. In that earlier Guadalcanal question. How well could other ships spot for the others that are with them? It is complicated, but they often try to it. In the end, they do work out that it's actually better to have a dedicated aircraft per ship and have the aircraft on ship, because you remember, if you're spotting for a ship, you're also keeping track of your own guns and their firing and your own torpedoes, and you have to watch them, watch the enemy, watch the guns, and try and figure it all out, and it gets very, very complicated very quickly. Whereas for an aircraft, you're up above and you can look down. You can see flash and where splash. The problem with standards near Guadalcanal is that until later they did not have a large enough oiler fleet to support them. as by Hornfisher. All true, but and I say this in the nicest way, if you have problems and if you have only limited options of solutions, then you have to go with your least worst option. So yes, using the standards near Guadalcanal is difficult. You are going to need to send a lot of oil their way to support them. You are going to need to figure it out. But perhaps instead of begging, borrowing, who knows where you get the oilers from. But you might well have to do it. You might have to convert ships rapidly and convert them to oilers. There is no fun option in that scenario. There is just do your best. Concept warmer. It's fall upon you in England already. Let's put it this way. My fluffy research assistant has just had his hair cut. So he's feeling the cold. In fact, he was asking for his jumper earlier today, and he got told no, he doesn't get it for another couple of weeks. It's not cold enough yet. Trentalenko. Hello, Trent. Formosa and Liu of Luzon would have been a disaster for USN, as it would have had a 360-degree kamikaze threat vector during the invasion terms. It wouldn't have been fun, though. German. Taiwan with political situation similar to post-war occupation administration of Ryukyu Islands? Potentially. Then comes, you are a British Admiral in 1921. To avenge dire insults at the failed Washington negotiations, you are to Copenhagen Americans. How do you do it? Oh, that's a fun question. Now, if I'm in 1921, I have a problem. Because it's getting the US Navy in one place where I can take them out. However, if I'm a sensible officer, I know the USN is already talking about hosting a fleet problem, where they're planning on getting their entire fleet together. Now, they're planning on doing it. They plan on doing it in the Pacific, and they would never think about it in terms of that. That's fine for them to do it in the Pacific, but that means they're going to be transiting the Panama Canal. And if I was going to Copenhagen the Americans, I would transfer as quietly as possible some submarines to the Caribbean. Say I was sending them out there for warm weather trials. And I would literally have them waiting the other side of the Panama Canal for when the Americans came out. And I'd take out their Atlantic fleet. And I would have battleships, etc., up in Canada. And I would have them come down the coast and attack every single base and facility they can with their guns on way. I would take advantage of the fact that I have more carriers than anyone else in the world at this point, and I would be using them to spot and provide fire support and targeting for those battleships, and I would literally hit every single target along the way. Use destroyers, activate all my V&W destroyers. I would basically schedule an exercise. So I'd schedule my own fleet problem. I just, would run it as warm up for this. Would it work? Well, in 1921, I still have a significant, if I'm British, I still have a significant maritime industry. So, yes, I can start working on that. And if I can cause enough damage to American industry, which is all on the East Coast, and I've trapped their fleet the other side of the Panama Canal, because if I've sunk their ships on this side of the Panama Canal, they're not going to want to bring anything else back through it. So I've trapped their fleet there. Yes, they might want to decide to go the other way around the world and attack the British in China, attack Singapore, etc. But I can have a fleet, I can have the Mediterranean fleet or something surge to Singapore to wait for them. You come out. Hello! You've come to Singapore. Lovely. We're going to take you out here. That'd be how I do it. I'd probably also try and get the Japanese on side for it. That'd be me being very, very nasty. 1940, it was an external launching system for torpedoes. Frank Spano, was D-Day the biggest gamble in history? Oof. Let's see. 0237. Was D-Day the biggest gamble in history? No. There is a lot riding on D-Day, but it's not the biggest gamble in history. And I say this with a good reason. One, the British and Americans and the Allies put in a huge amount of effort into making sure it's as non-gamble as possible. They deploy a huge amount of force, overwhelming air power, overwhelming sea power, and as much land power as they can get there as quickly as freaking possible. They develop a whole range of specialist vehicles and specialist tanks and specialist ships and vessels to get that force ashore, and it's one of the most complicated enhanced river crossings. As we all know, the most famous amphibious operation in the world actually doesn't fit the definition for an amphibious operation. But it would have been far less. How do I put this? It's not as big a gamble as Wolf at Quebec, Nelson at Copenhagen the first time. There are lots of bigger gambles. You can argue 1066 from both Harold Godwinson and Williams, the Conqueror's side, was bigger gambles. You know, or launching yourself onto the unknown without any logistic support, those are all big gambles. Some then launches a fair number of quite big gambles. Admiral Z, that's a big gamble. But there again, they're sending as much as they can with them, so they don't gamble. D-Day is not. D-Day is a gamble for the individuals involved, for the individual people. It's a very, very high-risk operation, a very scary operation. You're literally running into one of the most defended coasts in the world, and you've got nowhere to hide and nowhere to maneuver. But on a strategic level, it's not that big a gamble, because they've done so much preparation, they've amassed so much force for it. I would say the biggest gamble is probably a bigger gamble than that. Again, I can't really point to any of Scipio Africanus' campaigns because, frankly, the man was far too freaking organised. Some of the stuff in Spain possibly was a bit of a bigger gamble, but, you know. But Caesar going to Greece to face off with Pompey, that was a bigger gamble. That was a really big gamble. Concept, my days are filled with what could best be described as weird job interviews that don't go now. One day turns into next. I've had a few weeks of that recently. Cars, instead of torpedo turrets on subs, make programmable torpedoes. You fire after 5, 10, 15 seconds, it turns, say, 70 degrees to port. That's not really that area of technology, but it's worthwhile thinking about. It's something which I think we do now. If the IJN has radar, and this is from the lovely Frank Sposado, if the IJN has radar in the 1930s, how does that change their night doctrine? Well, I can tell you this, it'll probably be more gun heavy. If they have radar in the 1930s, they are probably going to be, how do I put it, far more interested about getting close, and their battleships are going to be far more dangerous. So their night doctrine is going to be far more based around gun range and gun kills. And the reason I say that rather than torpedoes is because torpedoes are a long-range stealth asset that you have to use in certain types of night. Moon-filled nights are usually the best, where you can spot your enemy under moonlight and you can send a long range from far away where they don't see it coming, and by the time they're on fire, then they're lit up, and then you can go in and blast them with your guns. If you don't have to use searchlights and to illuminate for your guns because you have radar gunnery, good one, you can change your doctrine quite a bit. It becomes more like the British doctrine post-1941, I would say, because that's the Japanese Navy are pretty efficient. Bud Guy 8829, how much would things change if the US had armoured carriers in World War II? So in other words, if they build the midways instead of the brain dead. Give me a second. If the Americans had built the midways instead of the Essex class, you would probably have had you would have had certainly a better survival rate of individual ships, but it takes a lot longer to build a midway than it does an Essex. And that's the reality. You can churn out Essex class, and let's be honest, by the end you are churning out an Essex swarm. They are laid down in 19. Some of them are laid down in, let's say, 19. Let's talk about Randolph as a good example. That's CV-15. It's laid down. The keel's laid down in February 1943. It's launched in February 1944. It's commissioned May 1944. And that it means it's 14 months to build. Midway class. Well, they are laid down in October 1943 in case of Midway. She is launched in March 1945. Well, the first thing you should have noticed is that it's taken her 17 months to go between laying down to launch. And she's not commissioned until September 1945, which is another 7 months. So she's about September, October. She's about 23 months. So it's going to take longer to build up your swarm. So your swarm will probably be, how do I put this politely? Your swarm will come about, but it'll probably be 1940s. It'll probably delay your war effort for about another 6 to 8 months. So probably World War II. This is 1946, roughly. Because your swarm being delayed will delay you getting the islands. The islands getting delayed, taking the islands will actually probably allow the Japanese to further strengthen the islands, which will mean it'll take longer to take them, which will build up until it takes longer to get in a position that your carriers can, your long-range strategic bombers can drop your nuclear bombs. If the war still ends the same way. So much. Carl, all countries already had that in World War II. Not really. That. No. No. There is. The Italians had torpedoes which turned in circles, and so did the Germans, I think, have some torpedoes, circling torpedoes, but that's not really the same thing as ones which are programmable and will go to. These are preset for what they'll do. Yeah. Jerocron, the idea of Germany outbuilding Brits until 1914 is silly. Germany's major land power. They need their resources there. The Navy was always kind of surplus. Yep. Did anyone ever set up a naval gun like a revolver? I'm fairly sure Armstrong, Whitworth, and a couple of American companies tried, and frankly, there is a reason it didn't work. It's a bit nuts. But some of the smaller guns were set up like revolvers to try and effect rapid fire. That was one of the earliest systems to try and get rapid fire out of the smaller guns. We're talking the 1.9 the 1.5 inch sort of weapons. It's an interesting scenario, let's just say that. There's a reason they don't get developed much. Dr. Frank Spud, Dr. C, I also want to mention the Sheffield, Portland, the Sheffield, Portland, Hargo, and Trento are the most underrated ships from World War II that saw more action than most of those. I'm fairly sure Shiny Chef has an homage to her in many, many things, but I do agree with you. Cruisers often, some of the smaller cruisers do get, some of the light cruisers do get fun. Danny Holmes, how does America respond to small tube boilers in 1911? Panicking and trying to develop them rapidly. I'm sorry, the American Navy is good, but the American Navy and getting money out of Congress to actually develop this stuff is there's a reason they produced the idea of the Tillman battleships. There is a reason. Budguy 8829, did the US have the ability to keep up with the... that's got to that. If Germany starts stripping funding from the army, Austro-Hungary, Russia, and France start getting itchy fingers and wondering if they might acquire a province or two. Very true, which is why it won't happen. Budguy 8829, did the US have the ability to keep up the RN if US Congress didn't, in 1900, the US didn't hate the Navy in the early 1900s? No. Again, you're building up maritime infrastructure. You have to remember the US built up a huge amount of maritime infrastructure during the World War I period. Then they have the interwar period, which is a malaise, but a lot of things are defunct. And then they have basically 1937 to 1941 to prepare for World War II. So they have 4 years where they are chugging things out and building yards and all sorts of things. And they're churning the mechanisms on and the industry on and turning themselves into the superpower, the arsenal of democracy, all those sort of things, while other nations are fighting a war. Taiwan, actually, Dr. Clark, I don't think America wants to get involved in Taiwan. At least not those who make decisions. The problem would have taken it. They probably would have taken it, but I believe history won't be different. Chiang would still retreat and end up the same as it did, assuming they won the Battle of Crimea. More than likely. But as I said, I don't think they want to do it in Taiwan. Next one, Dr. C, how would you answer the riddle of the ship of Theseus? I've forgotten the riddle. But I remember what you talked about, but I would honestly need to Google it first before I answered it. Shumack, re-Midway didn't happen. King would likely bargain for an invasion of Guadalcanal with British carrier support by conceding something the British wanted in the Mediterranean. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Let's put that in as a thing. 0251. I hope you've noticed that I am trying to keep up with all sorts of things down below to make it easier to find the bits. I'm trying a different style this evening. I'm not sure how successful it's going to be. But anyway, King would likely want to bargain for invasion of Guadalcanal with British carrier support by conceding something the British wanted in the Mediterranean. What the British wanted in the Mediterranean. No, I can imagine what the British would ask for. Americans might not like it. But if the British... Yeah, it will be troops for torch, more aircraft, or alternatively... That's an interesting thing. There's another option of what the British asked for. The British asked for some Essex class. Now, built to British standards, as they call it. Because whilst they don't want Essex class, they do need more carriers if they're going to form a British Pacific fleet. And whilst they are trying to build as many carriers as they can't match the speed of the Americans because their shipyards are getting bombed and they're getting all that problem. So you might well have a British Admiral turn around and go, yes, we'll supply one of our available carriers, but in return we want 2 Essex class or 3 Essex class to join the Royal Navy for the British Pacific Fleet and make the British Pacific Fleet a lot stronger. Yes, the British would still like the armoured carriers, and honestly they'd still prefer to build them, but, you know, some Essex is in with the armoured carriers. As far as the British are concerned, that's useful. Or maybe a Midway. Maybe the Brits asked for a Midway class. That would be interesting. The Brits had a Midway class. Yeah, perhaps the Brits get CV-44. Or alternatively, they asked the Americans to build one of their Maltas. That's actually even more interesting. You give the Americans a Malta class design and ask them to build it, that probably gets built. Ooh. They could technically build it in a Canadian yard, which would they be fine with, but the Americans could give all the supplies and all the facilities to support its construction. The only reason there is no Midway is because the Iron destroyed the IJN in the Indian Ocean. Well, if that's the reason there's no Midway, because the RN Operation C, I don't know, came across the Royal Navy had free fleet carriers had free fleet carriers in Somerville's force, and the strike found the enemy, and so they destroyed 3 or 4 Japanese carriers in one go at night. And then the next day, the Japanese decided instead of running away, they would try and hunt the British down, and failed, or the British fighter control managed to hold them off, and so they had a minimal damage. And then another attack at night, next night took out the Japanese. That's the only viable scenario. As said, the British would have to attack at night and withdraw, attack at night and withdraw. That's what the British would have to do, because they could do the long-range night strikes. And the Japanese didn't have air defense or anything that really worked that well at night in that period. This often gets me into trouble. People go, no, there's no way the British can win. Well, if you're talking in daylight and both fleets know where each other is, and the Japanese are able to send their full strength against the British, and the British fighter control for some reason doesn't work, and British ships are not reacting as they should do, yes, there is no chance at all for the British. Even then, there's only a moderate chance for the British if they do have good fighter control, etc., because of the overwhelming numbers of the Japanese. All agreed. But at night, the situation reverses itself, because it goes from the huge preponderance of Japanese aircraft versus very small number of British aircraft to huge preponderance of British aircraft versus no Japanese aircraft. Andrew Hill, what if the British held Northern Norway from Trondheim 90 onwards? How does it affect Battle-Atlantic, German strategy, and Sweden's neutrality? Well, let's put this in. And then let's find a map of Norway. So I am just nicking a map of Norway from somewhere. I'm going to... Can I find a decent map of Norway? Which has Trondheim put on there? Because you need to have Trondheim put on that. Let's see. Right then, let's replace one of these earlier images with this one. And up you pop. Yay, there's a map of Norway. Sorry, this was the first thing I needed to find. So, the point is, if you have Trondheim, which is here, and north, you have Narvik. Now, which is all the way up there. If you have control of Narvik, you have access to one of the ports that Sweden sends out a lot of its iron ore. And you also have a lot of the fish oil producing facilities in Norway and all the other stuff which the Germans are really interested in. So Germans have the Norwegian population. They also have the border with Sweden, but honestly, the Swedish troops will be there. The debate then becomes what happens. If Britain is holding Norway, but the Free Government of Norway is based in that area, and so the Free Government of Norway, let's say, sets itself up in these options, probably, but let's be honest, that's probably the most sensible one for them. Trondheim would be too close to the front lines. Bodo, Narvik would be the major ones to go for. Narvik would be too northerly. Bodo would probably be it. You therefore, well, as I said, how does it affect the Battle Atlantic? Well, the British can probably build it so they have coastal command aircraft going backwards and forwards. They probably have a aerial version of World War I going on over Norway, with radar and fighters being an attrition for both sides. German strategy, well, you're not going to get a Queen of the North. And you're probably going to have to... It's probably going to be a lot of vicious fights between motor torpedo boats around the Alisund area. Possibly even further south. And the thing is, how long do the Germans want to keep it up? Because the point is, if the British have Northern Norway and are there already in force, and the Germans have to therefore supply that front, but if they're going off and fighting in France, that front might well not stabilise. They will also be having to deal with a Norway under occupation when there's a large area of free Norway. The Swedish will probably try and stay as neutral as possible, but they'll have problems in that both sides will be trying to heavily pressure them to get involved. If the Germans still invade the Soviet Union, then the Germans are in a very big problem because it severely limits their capabilities to take on the Arctic convoys, and it severely limits some of their Battle of Atlantic options. Because again, there's no sneaking up the coast of Norway. You can get a sneak up the coast maybe as far as Florø, but then the British can have motor torpedo boats on both sides. You will run into trouble. So it gets interesting. Let's say this one. If you have a Norway which is being fought over and somehow has turned into a stalemate around the Trondheim area, probably in nicest way, if for that to have happened, you would. Let's say for that to have happened, British Marines would have had to been landing with straight from Warspite into Narvik after the second Battle of Narvik, third Battle of Narvik. And the Norwegian Northern troops would have had to be ready and be able to be coming straight down. They would have formed up with the forces around the other British troops, etc., around coming in, and they would have to push through Trondheim, which was German occupied but weakly occupied. And if they had managed to push through there and secured it, then they've got a large chunk. And you probably at that point have a large chunk of the Norwegian army up in the area with you, because again, their general doesn't surrender, stays with them and surrenders with them because he doesn't want to desert his troops, but he probably brings his troops up there. You have Carl Gustav up there. You have quite an efficient fighting force. Probably some political happens to the government. When I say something political, I mean they probably get reassigned. Frank Spanner, how good is the UK metro system? Does it have any connection to the RN in any important way? Railways in Britain and railways in the Royal Navy are a very closely related organisation. There are many of our major port cities have a lot of railway infrastructure running around them because of needing to support out merchant ships, but also needing to move people around and needing to occasionally support the odd warship when it comes in. The Royal Navy like to build whole railways, and if you go to Portsmouth, you can still see large chunks of Dockyard Railway if you look around. You can still see the rails if you look very carefully, and the line of where the rails used to go. Graham Hunt, the German Imperial Navy were not incompetent by any means. No, they weren't. They were many things, but not incompetent. Johanna, what do you want to know about the yards on the Clyde? Oh, I want to know so many things, but I like to wander around them whenever I get the chance. Number 6240, 5 hours Vine Brew? I can do longer. To be fair, I'm probably going to need to open a second bottle to keep it going long enough. Considering it's only 9 o'clock and I'm already almost done to that one. If the Japanese Midway if Japanese in Midway decided to move battleships in with Cap Zeros rather than switch from bombs and torps on deck, that might well have made them far quicker to react, but would it have changed the eventual result? No. Probably not, because they were caught on the hop. But they might well have launched their strikes earlier which means they might have found the carriers early and done enough damage to damage them. So they could have done a lot more damage, they'd have probably still lost their ships. Kinetic Rhyme. Regarding IJ in the early Pacific War, would Japan have fought only the Australian, New Zealand, UK, Dutch, East Indies only had they known more about their navies, or was US going to be involved anyway? US was going to be involved then anyway. The Japanese knew it. There was no chance of going to war in the Pacific without the US getting involved. The US, they felt, were just looking for an excuse that war was inevitable. So much. Look, you have to match Jack. We need to sleep sometime, you know. Why? Naval history. Enjoy. Let it replace sleep. Drucklowen, hello. Hi, Doctor. How do you see the modern British Armed Forces progressing in the future, given recent events? Do we have the capacity and capability to increase our standing globally? Oof. Well, this is more a bilge pumps question, but I will answer it. I will say it's more a bilge pumps question, but as I said, I will answer it. Now, well, they do have the capacity and capabilities to increase, or they do have the capacity and capabilities if they're funded. That's the question. If they're funded, they can do it. It's one of the things we've been talking about bilge pumps, and I think it'll come out this week is an episode which is me, Jamie, and Drac just chatting away about things, basically inspired by the previous week's episode with the lovely William Moen. And honestly, you're sitting there and going, it depends on how many F-35s you buy. It depends on this, it depends on that. It depends on whether you actually sustain your military properly. And that costs money. And you know what's worse is actually it gets more efficient and more cheap the more you buy. It sounds a really scary figure when you buy six destroyers because they are billion-pound ships. And people go, wow, it costs £1 billion. They don't. They cost £1 billion to develop and build. The program cost is £1 billion per ship. The aircraft carriers, we talk about their massive costs. Well, once you add in the amount of money paid to development and the amount you actually paid to build, compared to the amount you actually paid to build them and the amount you paid to not build them or to store their building, we could have actually procured 3 aircraft carriers quite easily and set up the infrastructure for them and provided for the crewing of them. 3 Queen Elizabeth class carriers. So that's the issue. I am now running, I reckon, about an hour and 5 minutes or an hour and 15 minutes behind the stream, considering I've now got the Frank Bartos question. But in answer to your question, Declan, yes, they do have the capacity and capabilities to increase our standing, the UK standing globally, but you need to fund them. And that's the thing. And honestly, you can fund them in a sensible way. You know, Ajax was not a sensible program. It was at no point was it a sensible program. And I have to admit, BAE were probably a bit cocky in the thing, because they were basically going, well, we're the only mob in town, so you have to take us or not. And GE bent over backwards, which is lovely. But it always makes me slightly worrying when defence contractors bend over backwards for you, because that suggests that their product is a bit problematic. Hey-ho. And Tinong, why didn't they just grit their teeth and carry on to Istanbul anyway in the Naval Battle of Gallipoli? They still got plenty of pre-dreads, enough to push on to Istanbul. Again, as I said earlier, 1 square foot. That's when the battle's won or lost, and it depends what the admiral's perceiving. Frank's wondering, what is Britain's proudest moment in war for actions of any of its colonies on sea or land? Probably Quebec. Honestly, Wolf at Quebec is cool. Rapper Gurkhas at Thermopylae instead of Spartans. Look, in the nicest way, if the Persian army is wiped out at Thermopylae, then you don't get Greece found. You don't get half of the creation myth that Greece has. Giant 350mm for Maxims were fully dead-ended after World War One. Also, were any interesting cover-up stories for German large nail guns during Weimar era? Basically, they just used the pre-dreads. They just used the element of the pre-dreads and the need to keep them metallurgically fine, and also working for the Dutch and various other people. Stevenish, do not make jokes about Gurkhas. There are many jokes you can get away with in the world, but I would never make a joke about a Gurkha. Oh. Cunningham, real authorities, not fair fight, and the curse of Italian shell quality control. Yeah. White cover book on wall, 6 books down. Do you recommend? E by gum on wall. 6 books down. There's the only white cover book I can see around here is that one. I don't know if you're talking about that one. But there are very few books from behind me which I don't recommend. The ones which I don't recommend are mostly stored up in the far corner, far away from where you can't see them. Frank Swanner, what did HMS Centurion do in the Mediterranean? It seems she saw action in the Malta Convoys. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think Centurion was in World War One. I don't think there was a Centurion 1 or 2. Let's see. She was planned as a 9,000-ton cruiser, but cancelled in 1946. She was a target ship in 1926. Rated used as an escort ship in 1940. So she's I know what she was doing. Yeah, she's used as an AA escort. So basically, they turn her into an anti-aircraft cruiser for supporting the Norway campaign and various other things. So pretty much, Centurion becomes one of the Royal Navy's largest decoys. She's self-propelled. She's made to look like Anson and various other battleships on occasion, but she's armed with a large number of anti-aircraft guns, and occasionally she goes along with various convoys and provides them with fire support for anti-aircraft fire. Because, like the older battleships the Americans use in the Pacific, you can mount a lot of anti-aircraft guns on a battleship. Hammond, how much notice and what city would you be looking at holding your talk at? Could your book be purchased on site or by in advance? That's all going to be sorted out, but probably it'll be London, because that's fairly easy for people in the UK to get to. It's going to sound strange, but I was considering other parts of the country. And there is another one which is in contention as an option, but probably London, and probably at a very special place in London. Well, that one's going to have to be its own question, isn't it? That is going to have to be its own question because I cannot pass that one up. Okay. So, if Henderson, Vian, and Cunningham invite you to dinner, what do you discuss, or are you rendered catatonically speechless? Well, to start off with, I'd probably be a little bit speechless. I'd probably drag along Graf as well, because frankly, who wouldn't? It would be cruel of me not to. And I would see if Jamie wanted to fly over from Australia. Honestly, if I told him that was the dinner invitation, he'd probably be flying over. In the case of there's a quarantine, I'm not allowed out, I'll make it. I'll find a way. Australian journalists found stowed away in hold on aircraft somehow. Anyway, it would be a lot of fun. It would be a lot of fun. I would probably start off by asking them what were their plans. You know, what did they think was a likely war scenario in 1938, 1937? Because you have to remember, all three of them are intimately involved in all the preparations. The destroyer doctrine is incredibly wedded to Vian. Cunningham's role is critical in so many different fleet actions. Henderson's building the fleet. Just start off with that question, just see where it goes. Alfie wrote, what do you think the British would have done if they had managed to seize the entire interned German fleet at Scarborough Flow after World War I? Panicked. Because then they'd have to possibly give them up to other people. They wanted them got rid of. In a nice way, the British are sometimes very, very subtle when they want to be. Making sure news is going in and out of Scarborough Flow was one of the ways they were subtle. Tianwang, why didn't they just get rid of Team Karen? You've asked me this question several times and I've answered it. I think. Another 64. What is the theory behind having the three turrets forward with B firing over A and C? It's supposed to allow you to concentrate the same amount of armor over a shorter area, so you have thicker armor. No. So it would probably be circa 1937 for that dinner. So most of you would be Vian. Why is he having dinner with two admirals and the one strange historian? I would answer that question in that, in the nicest way, Vian was friends with royalty, was friends with lots of senior politicians. It would be more a question of why are these two admirals having dinner with him? You have to remember you are dealing with a destroyer captain. It's the same with Cunningham. And to an extent, Henderson was involved, has been on destroyers as well in some ways. Destroyer officers in the Royal Navy have egos. They have very healthy egos. No point. As for the strange historian, well, you know. Although I probably would be bashing them with the idea of build some sloops and turbocharge the carrier program. You need them. And some more, another flotilla of tribals. Order them now. Order the 1939 tribals. You're going to need them. And 1938 tribals. If I'm in 1937, 36, 37, yeah, order the 1938 tribals. Order as many as you can. Get them with a 4.5-inch gun. Stop crying now. Jack Ray. Oh, playing the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts now. Just built and playing a Nelson with A, B, and C superfiring. So funny to hear this while doing the building at the same time. Cool. Tianwang, what if the King George V had 9 16-inch guns? That would be cruel and unusual punishment to anyone with the enemies. But that is pretty much the idea behind the Lion class. Discord, can GV get closer to Washington than its immunity range? Okay, just skip down to the bottom so I know how far behind I am. Oh, many good super chats coming up. This is why I highlight. I have a little trick. I highlight a question, whichever one I'm reading, and then I can scan through and find it. Can KGV get closer to Washington than its immunity range while remaining inside her own? Does the extra armor on a KGV compensate for smaller guns? The guns aren't that much smaller, and to an extent, yes, but again, its rate of fire and various other factors start to filter in. So, in a nicest way, when you're dealing with a 14-inch gun versus a 16-inch gun, it sounds massive. But then you realize it can sound like, oh, it's a 7/8 wood. Okay, it's still a massive shell. Okay, sometimes you see someone that talks about the King George V, and you think the British were fitting them with pea shooters. You'd think they were fitting them with 10-inch guns or something like that. They're fitting them with 14-inch guns. And they are the latest in terms of the greatest 14-inch guns available. They're probably some of the best on the planet. That's 356mm guns. Okay? So a 16-inch is a 410mm. So it's got 54mm on it. Not that much. It sounds a lot, but in other words, it's viable. And there aren't many ships which which are better than it. Would I have preferred 16-inch guns? Probably. Most of all, I'd probably prefer 15-inch guns, because I think the British should have supersized the 15-inch gun and standardise on that, because it would have been far more sensible to go 15-inch and 15-inch battle cruisers, sort of FOs, F3s for the Nelsons, etc., rather than pushing 16-inch, because just standardise on the 15-inch. You might as well. You don't lose that much versus a 16-inch. In fact, near enough makes no difference, and especially once you've got shell types, metallurgy, and the various factors of the barrel involved. Well, guys, same time. Did the USN have any plans or ability to deal with Von Spee since he was operating around Americas? They were trying to position their armored cruisers and various other ships as appropriately as they could. They were trying to, just in case. Come, can you answer my two questions, read the talk again, please, as when AFK? I think I've probably answered them after you got back, but I will say this. Probably London, because that's where I have a potential venue lined up, and it'll be post-book coming out. I will try and make sure I have some books and I can give out signed copies of them, or signed copies of them at it. And basically, I'm considering trying to organise it sort of a public lecture for charity and line up a couple of other people to come and give some talks as well. So have, and try and organise it nicely. Basically, is my idea. Okay. So this question's come up, and I have just been talking about it. I will put it in. 0325. I'm making it. Just about. So, Jack Ray. Would Nelsons built with 15-inch and more speed have been better for the strategic movement and logistics? Basically, this is otherwise known as the F3 design. And yes, logistically, it would have made everything could focus in on the 15-inch. There would have definitely been very little argument to go down to a 14-inch for the King George V's, because frankly, it would have been a case of everything else is 15 inches. Why are we going to a 14? And logistically, it would have been useful, but it also would have allowed the British to develop a new 15-inch caliber barrel and gun. And let's put it this way: if they had they were already working on those, and it's considered for the King George V, of course. But if they get those into service and they get an improved 15-inch gun, they probably then retrofit those to the other 15-inch ships. So you don't end up with all the British battleships getting better turrets and better guns. And the improved metallurgy in late 1920s, early 1930s 15-inch gun versus a 1910s 15-inch gun is a very big difference in terms of capability. You could also have a slightly longer caliber, slightly higher caliber. So in terms of what its capability, so it could have been a very big advantage for the British to have gone 15-inch. Budgate 8829. If Drac would do a 24-hour marathon, would you do a 24-hour marathon, assuming I and Bruce apply with a problem? Why can't we just do the 24-hour marathon together? It seems more sensible. And then one of us can cover when the other one needs a loo break. Shamak, two expeditionist treaty-breaking powers not trusting each other. Who would have seen this coming? That's, of course, Japan and Germany. Matthew Maliki. Hello, Matthew. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? What if Germany have Japan free of the synthetic oil plant? If Germany give Japan free of the synthetic oil plants to build the two Graf settlement carriers, would those ships have been complete before Germany invaded the Soviet Union? I'm still not sure how the carriers get back to Germany. That would be an interesting one. And I'm not sure, the Japanese probably could build them, but then that's at the expense of their own construction, because the Japanese don't have infrastructure either. Here's the thing, okay? The only Axis nation with underutilized yards, arguably, and it's arguably underutilized yards, leading up to World War II, is Italy. And they are still churning out the Littorios. So the only ones who actually potentially have the capacity, thanks mostly to what they got off the Austro-Hungarians, potentially, and Trieste, is the Italians. But even then, if the Germans build their aircraft carriers in Italy, A, the Italians probably build them as well, B, that has to start a lot earlier than the 1930s. It's a lot earlier in the 1930s, because they can't be built rapidly. They can't be built quickly. So yeah, it's a case of it's something the Brits will see coming and go, hang on, the Italians and the Germans are both building aircraft carriers. Panic! At which point you probably have the illustrious class churned out at slightly higher speed and slightly bigger. Because honestly, again, part of their proviso is looking at the equivalent carriers they're dealing with. And if you've got the Japanese and if you've got the Italians and the Germans both building aircraft carriers, they're going to think more of carrier on conflict, and they're going to up their numbers of aircraft. Now, the reason I say they're going to up their numbers of aircraft is they do have a criteria in mind. They're having 36 for the illustrious class as they originally are, but they're probably they had another design where they're looking at 54 and talking about squadrons of 18 aircraft, or squadrons of 9 aircraft, or squadrons of 18 aircraft, depending on how they were doing. So you would probably have had the 54 option, and that would have broken the treaty, but they were expecting to lay these down 1937 anyway, and they were almost considering the treaty dead at that point anyway. And if they've got the Japanese and the Italians building, the Germans and the Italians carriers, they can activate the escalator clause and say they need them. In which case, they would have probably gone with something closer to the Indomitable design than the Illustrious, in terms of slightly longer, slightly bigger, slightly more air group capability, and that would have been your Illustrious class carrier. So being slightly bigger, same armor, still the centerline lifts, still the other things, but just bigger, with more space. And they would have probably accelerated Unicorn, and she would have got a sister. Because the British... let's put it this way. No one can quite panic like the British can panic when it comes to a naval race. Richard Order, what if IJ and Yamato was complete as a hybrid, main guns and secondary battery and wing turrets along the sides and clearing the center line for the flight deck? Well, it would have been long enough. It's traumatized me thinking about it, but it would have been long enough. Tian Wong, well, there's the question. If British shells worked properly at Jutland, the Germans would have clearly been Trafalgar. But would the Germans have sued for peace following the Trafalgar that is Jutland? Potentially. Sorry, I then saw Colin Dad's a joke around. Probably not. But the Germans would have been severely hamstrung by that. The British would have. If the Germans get Trafalgar, A, the British have a massive moral victory that makes them very, very happy. And B, what the British might do next could be quite worrying for the Germans, because that could, if the Grand Fleet doesn't need to be so massive anymore because the Germans have been whacked about, then the British can start using the Grand Fleet for other things. And that's a lot of high explosive that can go mobile. Given the recent live, am I the only one who thinks it would be hysterical if Dr. Clark did a live with the FRA in his lap and his head where his face should be? That often happens anyway when I'm trying to record videos. Thank you, Stafford, for being a good admin. Chat admin is helping me out a lot here, especially as I'm not keeping up the chat. Graham Hanlon, Hans, why when the USN squadron we had to teach them to shoot on other than a mill pond? It was an interesting conversation. Shomack, to put 10 rounds per minute in perspective, that's a good rate of fire for a tank crew for medium to large bore guns. It is. Thank you, Steve. I didn't. I thought it wasn't, but I was answering. The comment said, hello, and we'll see where this chat goes in another 2 hours. Yes. Or really another hour and a half. Dutch Squad. The 4.5-inch secondaries on the Town class are expected to maintain 15 rounds. I'm fairly sure you mean the 4-inch secondaries on the Town class cruisers. Though there were more space in the tank, the secondary shells had to move further. Discord, Crazy Talk was about refitting the Iron Duke or R class. You said some would say you were talking crazy talk, so I decided that you couldn't be allowed to be disappointed. Thank you. Well, yes, but that's the thing. If you go and look at them, think about it. If you've got an Iron Duke design, which has 14-inch guns, okay, has small tube boilers, all right, because of those two options, and you then still you have the same R class and the same sort of Queen Elizabeth class on it, looking at it going, it's not much work to upgrade this. And yes, the Queen Elizabeth class and R class probably have 16-inch guns. Yes, they probably do. But again, you've got actually more space and weight to play with in the Iron Duke design than you do in the R class for modernization. Frank's man, Operation Pedestal, but the UK sends that force that went to the Falklands in 82 instead. Yeah, that would have been interesting. I'm trying to think about Sea Harriers versus They did Sidewinders versus the Italian and the German attack aircraft could have been interesting. I think they might have run out of Sidewinders though before the Germans and Italians ran out of aircraft. But the Harrier would have been possibly fast. Shumack, the RN might be so swindled with the dual purpose tribal that they just say screw it, we're building the L-70s, and then have the super destroyer that kills everything and fears nothing. Potentially. Alfred BB28, what are your thoughts on electrothermal-chemical or ETC guns? Some suggest they could have advantages, railguns without disadvantages. Well, they certainly don't have necessarily the same disadvantages. And that's the thing. They don't have the same disadvantages as railguns, but they do have decent disadvantages. They do have disadvantages, he says, quite massive ones in. How do I put this politely? Basically, the electrothermal-chemical system uses plasma cartridges in order to ignite and control an ammunition's propellant. And the electrical energy is used to trigger the process. So it basically increases the performance of conventional propellants. It doesn't really provide you with anything radically new. So it makes things work very well. It's a very good interim technology, I have a feeling. And it might have great benefits in the future, but it's not going to be a revolutionary technology. It takes what we currently have and gives it a massive boost, which is useful. And therefore, it's far easier and far quicker to implement. But you also have a different form of barrel wear because you have a lot of energy distortion. In railguns, you have barrel wear due to the energy discharge and the specialist nature of the barrel. In electrothermal-chemical scenarios, you have a lot more heat and fuel wear on barrels, and we know how that affects their lives. We know what we need to do. So you need to really you need to do a lot of work to keep that cool. But if you could couple that system with some sort of coolant system which can cool the barrel down, you might have more of a chance. And certainly, I would say, at least short to medium term, it's far more sensible for vehicles like tanks and ground vehicles and aircraft than necessary railguns are. Railguns will require a lot of power, and the dirty little secret, and the reason I'm fairly sure the US Navy said they can't do it at the moment, is because capacitor batteries aren't that enough to generate the rate of fire and keep it up as much as you need, and no one wants to put nuclear power in surface escorts at the moment. At the moment, he says. Just wait until the Chinese start fielding Gauss guns or something similar than that, then the Americans will suddenly be putting nuclear-powered escorts of railguns into service. No. See, Winish, that's the traditional view, certainly, that no USM Model 1, both sides get exhausted and make peace without the restrictions to the Germans. However, read a book by Stephen Corrigan, I think it is, Mud, Black and Poppycock, and a few others. I've done similar works recently in other areas, and Gordon Corrigan, not Stephen Corrigan. And you will you start to then go and look at the information. You realize very quickly that it's the British Army which is going on the offensive and successfully on the offensive, pushing the Germans back and ready to march into Germany when Germany sues a peace. So the French army is out. The American army isn't yet fully in the war. They're scaling up, but they're nowhere near the level at which they are a fully fledged, capable of taking the offensive on their own massed army. And yeah, the basic point is the Americans are critical is fulfilling the gaps in the French when the French start to collapse. And that's your different point. The thing is, the British would have also had to do that. If the Americans hadn't been available, the British would have had to do it. It's not really a choice of we want to do it. It's a case of what are the best positioned forces to do it? The Americans, so the Americans get sent. If the Americans hadn't been there, there would have been British or other French units which would have been sent. I'm not saying it's good. It does huge damage to Europe, but you know. And I do agree, though, that when the Britain and the US did fight in World War One, they did bleed. They did work hard when they fought, but you know, there was interesting sections which the convoy work was a lot of hard work. Okay. Now, Tian Wong, you have inadvertently hopped into one of my recently favorite areas of discussion, which is you said, what if Hood and possible sister ships were rebuilt as fast battleships rather than giant battlecruisers? The thing is, Hood is often also considered the protogenesis of the fast battleship program. She's got a lot more armor than equivalent battlecruisers. She's got the armor of equivalent battleships. She's just got speed and built up to a size that she's capable of going at the speeds of a battlecruiser. The point is, I would often argue that fast battleships are heading towards the battlecruiser spectrum because their realization that for a more efficient ship, which is going to cover a larger area, you need a bit of a battlecruiser and a bit of speed. Now, I'll be back in a second. Just heard someone knocking on the door, so I'm going to leave you quickly with a picture, which is this one, which I'll be back with. I'll be back shortly. Back. Sorry, someone very kindly dropped off a cookie quickly. I presume someone's watching went, he looks hungry. Let's send him a cookie. Narrator. Iron Dukes versus the Royal Navy. Iron Dukes have Scottish crew and unlimited fuel and munitions. How much iron brew would be needed to defeat the Royal Navy? Supertankers? That probably, yeah. Depends when we're talking about. If it's the Iron Dukes versus the Royal Navy in the rest of World War One, this if they had 14-inch guns and etc. Who knows? They would do well, but yeah. Carlos, spotter aircraft. Were big gun shells glowing from friction visible from aircraft during flight? Ooh, interesting question. Uh, Were they? Let's see. Were they? Not really visible during flight. Depends on the era, how high I'd fly aircraft flying, but not really visible during flight. But they did sometimes notice they'd gone past because they tend to cause quite a lot of turbulence. And if you're flying in the wrong place, the actual turbulence of the shells flying through the air can affect your aircraft. Frank Smiley, did the IJ shorten fuel supply lines by having taken Indonesia? Not really. To an extent, yes, but they still need to get the fuel from there. Richard, Germany sets up shell companies in neutral nations. UK, US friendly intelligence fails to catch us. Germany, as UK, and the US each build 3 ships in 1938. What ships orders and where do they deploy? Well, they're not going to be warships because in the nicest way, there's no way they wouldn't notice that. But if they had them build merchant ships, fast merchant ships, cruise liner-like things, they could well deploy them to the far. Well, they would use them as sort of raiding ships, and probably they would bring them to Germany for whatever reason, or some port somewhere that the Germans were able to influence and get them fitted out for war. So maybe they go to Japan, get fitted out for war, and they find German crews there, and they become surface raiders. Hi, Dan Freeman. I played your video. The narrator, did I just want to give you $20? Thank you. But guys, 229. If the British and Japan, well, thank you very much. Everything's very, very greatly appreciated, especially at the moment. Life is very expensive right now. It's the transition time between one economy and the other economy, and also, joy of contract lecture, and I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but we technically get fired every year, so universities don't have to pay for certain things over the some months. So technically, all my contracts end at the end of July and don't resume again until October. No, September, and I don't get paid till the end of October. Or is it October and not to the end of November? Depends on which contract I'm talking about. If I'm talking about Kingston, it's September and I get paid at the end of October. If it's the other two, it's October and I don't get paid to the end of November. So basically, I am dependent. The only income I now have for the next 3 months, theoretically, is any money I get from the book when it's finally launched. Any money I get from the work with Justin Craig when that comes through. Any TV earning money I do, because if I do some TV interviews, but I haven't got anything under that. I haven't got anything lined up for the TV, so it's going to be the Justin Craig paycheck, which is basically going to be living off. And anything I want to do research-wise is, of course, funded entirely by you, because I have no other money coming in. So, yeah. Book, I don't know when that's supposed to be coming out in September, but I haven't heard anything, so it's a cross fingers, pray, and all that. So that is an iffy. So the only two incomes are the Justin Craig paycheck and YouTube money. So, hey. You basically make my life possible for next, well, August, September, October. Pretty much till the end of November. So basically 4 months a year now. There used to be a lot more Justin Craig work pre-COVID. That's now starting that up. So that's, if anyone's wondering how I did it before this, that was that. But 889, if the British and Japanese had kept their alliance up to World War II, how does it affect things? Did the British not seek the US help by keeping the treaty with Japan, or risk war with Japan to get the US help? If the British and Japanese are still allied leading up to World War II for any reason, that suggests the British-American relationship hasn't evolved to the point at which the British have felt it more sensible to be allied with the Americans than the Japanese. In which case, they're not expecting any American help. That's the reality of it. That is the annoying but truthful reality that, honestly, if you have still got the alliance with the Japanese, that's because the alliance with the Americans is never on the table. All right, next question. Well, the fact that she served through World War II is, I consider, quite an impressive thing. The San Giorgio class. How useful was the San Giorgio class as a bombardment ship in World War II? Well, let's be honest. She's armed with twin 10-inch guns, but and she keeps that. She has two twin 10-inch guns, 4 twin 7.5-inch guns, and all sorts of other systems. She is a useful tool. Honestly, as a cruiser, she's pretty darn cool. And it frees up battleships. That's the point for the Italians. When you only have 6 battleships, you need something to free. You don't want to run around doing stupid tasks. You don't want to run around doing shore bombardment. Having something that can turn up with some 10-inch and 7.5-inch guns. That's useful. I do love the way they basically they basically say they decide they're pretty much 8-inch. They're 190mm. They're 7.5-inch. Really, they're pretty much only a 10 centimeters, a centimeter off 8-inch. Yeah, we're calling 8-inch on the brassies right up. But it's better to use her than you have to use a battleship for it. Phillips, what would be the state of the Soviet fleet be in 1944-45 if war did not start till 1942? If war didn't start till 1942, so therefore the invasion of Russia was 1944-ish, they would probably have had slightly more ships in the service, but they'd still probably have had nothing major. Because again, the Navy gets a lot of political shouting and whinging and all sorts of things, but doesn't actually get a lot of anything done in it. So, thank you. It's a interesting, it's a complicated time. Thanks for that's fine. DC, thanks for putting time codes in the chat below. I'm glad it's helpful. Dan Freeman. Was D-Day the greatest gun in history? I agree with no. Several people invading Russia was, and Austro-Hungary spent most of the late 1930s pushing his. Adolf Hitler spent most of the 1930s pushing his luck. Yeah, but I don't. I think his greatest gamble is actually gambling that war wouldn't happen. Andrew Campbell, what if the Athenians had been able to quickly seize Syracuse and not get bogged down, utterly defeated? That'd have been far more efficient. But actually, that would require the Athenians to actually be able to quickly organize anything. Because didn't the RN have good luck with radar-directed 40mm mounts during the Falklands campaign? They did have some good luck, but they never had enough. Honestly, that's one of the things about the Falklands War which is annoying. If you'd actually had more radar-directed 40mm, you'd have probably had less damage done to the ships because of the terrain they were in. At the time, you were talking about the things. They were very interesting. Aaron, there's been people asking about the San Giorgio, so I will quickly put up a picture of the San Giorgio. Because they've never heard of it, apparently. Well, let's change that. The San Giorgio is a cool one. It's basically... how do I put it? I would call this... it's built... it laid down in 1905, launched 1908, and completed in 1910. It's... they're armored cruisers. And the Italians produced some very interesting armored cruisers. And as said, before, these are the ones that come before. These are the ones that come after the Pisa class. They also have the San Marco, which also backs up San Giorgio. So, you had two ships wandering around with 10-inch guns. Let's be honest, the cruisers as designed of the treaty cruisers, the 8-inch treaty cruisers, what is there is a treaty cruiser that can deal with that? They can probably outrun it. They can definitely outrun it. But they're not really going to want to outfight it. So that's your convoy escort there. 22.5 knots? Great for a convoy escort. That's going to deal with any cruisers coming in. Right. How's it going to do versus destroyers and mass torpedo attacks? Probably not that well, so better have some destroyer escorts. But, That's right. You said a torpedo turning to course wasn't technology today. I know the Mark 14 torpedo was capable of that, and it was in service by in 1931. Torpedoes had gyroscopes to keep on course, and those gyros were also used to make torque turn a turn of however many degrees after the leaving tube. Yes, but the actual thing the person was asking and suggesting at the time, as I remember reading it, was that it would be turn and then do another turn. So you could program a sort of spread, and there are limits to what the technology is. You can program a turn in, but multiple turns relying on it and all those sort of things, not really. And they don't really have an acquisition technology at that point. So it's not like the homing torpedoes, etc., those sort of things. So in the context of that conversation, I said that wasn't the technology today. They did have the gyroscopes. Happy to admit that. And if I didn't explain that and I wasn't clear, I apologize. Milne Bay is a battle I've not heard of. What could you say about it, Frank? Honestly, Milne Bay? You want? Do you know what's disturbing? Is I'm checking now because I do think I've heard about it, and I do know it's one of the ones with the Australians. This is what I know about it, because the Australian commander is a guy called Cyril Albert Close. And he's one of the coolest names in World War II, Cyril Albert Close. And it's basically... it's a Australian division that takes on a Japanese naval special landing force, backed by a cruiser division and destroyer division. And it's an Allied victory. It's a cool little battle, but technically it's a land battle. But it's more a sort of case of the Japanese try an amphibious assault, and it doesn't work out that well for them because they're running into some very tough Australians. One of the problems, though, is that the Australians very accurately estimate the Japanese casualties. So, as far as the newsreels at the time are concerned, not enough Japanese are killed. So that's, MacArthur's always umping up the numbers of estimated Japanese casualties. The Australians don't do that. Darman, where do you plan on holding your talk, Ayu City? Probably London. Probably, he says. There are two other options, but probably London, because there's two of the options that are in London. And including my favourite option. What if MacArthur's recognised the having lost his marbles December 1941 was ousted, so the US Army Air Force in the Philippines was actually on alert act? It would have been interesting, but it might not have changed matters. Related, I've been toying with the what if Dowding got given Far East Command instead of Percival. Dowding got ousted from fighter command in a few days of Percival's appointment. If Dowding was given the Far East Command rather than Percival, that's a very interesting question. I'm going to put that in the notes. If Dowding got given the Far East Command instead of Percival, then you have a far, far different Air Force and a far different Far East Command. You have a far more efficient, far more aggressive commander who's going to really, really organize. So let's see. Now, if Dowding has a command, remember he then would have to be in charge of the army as well as the Air Force. But for starters, he's just commanded the air defense of Britain, the fighter command of Britain. So Dowding is unlikely to take the idea of, we need to spread our fighters around and have them all nicely noted with troops. No, he's probably going to blanket that and pull the fighters back in, because he knows from defending Britain, you want to concentrate your fighters, you want to concentrate your air defense assets, you want to get radar set up immediately. And Percival is appointed in April 1941. And he gets there pretty soon. So, in the nicest way, if Dowding had been there from April 1941, can I imagine that they don't have a full radar network? Probably not. Can I imagine that after being involved in all the meetings about the defence of the UK and the importance of securing water supplies and making sure that there aren't troops based there? No. The trouble is, does he get listened to by the army? Probably not. He probably has a fight on his hands, but he could also form a very different advice chain with Phillips, in that he could well tell Phillips, look, do not try and get on the mission silent. Broadcast the whole way, and I can put fighters over you. It's an interesting one. Kahaman, I'm sat with chicken burger and chips from Takeaway and Iron Brew. You cruel, cruel man. Richard Order, post-Japan Center, and Patton gets the go-ahead to invade Russia. Finland joins and provides second front. Japan happily restarts Russian-Japanese war. What ships do... Ooh, interesting question. Let's see. $4.05. Right, in answer to the question of what ships in that scenario, i.e., post-Japan surrender, Japan gets to go ahead to invade Russia, Finland and joins and provide second front, Japan happily restarts the Russo-Japanese War on US position. What ships did the IJN keep and build? Well, they might be allowed to keep some of their battleships, but honestly, that's for amphibious support and cruisers for the same reason. They probably won't get destroyers and submarines, because what does the Russian Navy have in the Pacific that requires them? And they probably don't get carriers, because, again, why did the Japanese need carriers? The Americans have more than enough. The Japanese don't need them. Amphibious ships, though. They could get a lot of amphibious ships, because they need to move their troops. Tien, come to think of yes, Mao's decision to send troops into Korea was a much bigger gamble than Operation Overlord. Yeah. IJN had basically no ships after World War II or infrastructure, wouldn't have been able to participate. They would have made sure they had the infrastructure, because honestly, the IJN infrastructure would have been rebuilt and built up in terms of by the Allies to provide a forward operating base against Russia in the Pacific. Frank Sputter, if the RN had the Midway class, what to name them? Matapan class. Sorry. I know, I just wanted to say it later, but the British would just go down its M battles. You're going Midway, we're going Matapan. Matapan was supposed to be a battle class destroyer, but that name could be quickly reassigned. Fit with the battle names. And if they have two of them, well, probably Matapan and Taranto. They might well be the Taranto class. Overlord was more dangerous than people now give it credit in their armchairs. There was no guarantee Hitler was actually fooled. There was not going to be a major panzer counterattack. Yes, but they planned for a major panzer counterattack, and they had a large amount of air power and a large amount of sea power, and were getting a large amount of troops there for that purpose. And Paul Westman, repayment for loan of a carrier, full flotilla of Fletcher class destroyers. I don't think the British would want them. Don't take this the wrong way, but what does the Fletcher class give the British that the British don't get from other destroyers they've already got? Do they need escort? Do they need more fleet destroyers? Honestly, that they suddenly have to support an entirely different flotilla? No. You'll deal with different machinery for something which is high value, like a carrier. But destroyers, they're churning them out themselves. Okay. So, I am still running roughly, according to this, an hour and 15 minutes behind. Frank Spassato, thank you. But, get in there. Who knows if I will catch up with everyone's question. I will try to. So, in answer to the ugliest USN, IJN, RN, Italian World War II friendships, honestly, the Italians, the IGN don't produce really ugly ships, but they do produce ships that look top heavy. And then there's the Ises after their conversions. They're not really that attractive at that point. The World War II French ships, they've got rid of the ugly ones. They've got rid of the pre-dreadnoughts and the dreadnought, the early sort of dreadnoughts, which are just, oh god. So they're not ugliest. USN IJNR in Italian World War II French ships. Ugliest USN ships. They don't really have ugly ships by that point in the USN. I'm trying to think of ugly ones. Some you can call, and some people do call the escort carriers ugly ships, but I call them pugnacious. They are form. They fit their. Yes, they don't have lovely, graceful lines, but they fit their form. I would honestly say some of the American scout cruisers built in the interwar period, the fast cruisers, which are supposed to go with the battlecruisers, are a bit freaking weird, but we'll leave that to one side. Excuse that. Yeah. It would be interesting. Oh, that's the other name potentially for Midway class, for the British Midway, HMS President. Oh, that would be them being cruel. Yeah, Dirt Squad. If the US built a Malta class for the RN, how much do you think US carrier design would change given access to British design and knowledge base? Not that much, because you must remember Midway is their take on an armoured carrier with full access to British knowledge base. And the British is the Malta class is the British take on a fleet carrier with full access to American knowledge base. And really, they have shared a lot by this point. The DNC, etc. There is a lot of the government thinks that they're sharing, and there is a level the DNCs are actually sharing. The Bureau of Ships and the Bureau Directors of Naval Construction are sharing, and they're working a lot closer together because they have to. Because the Brits have to repair American ships, and the Americans have to repair British ships. And there is the theoretical knowledge level you have to transfer for it, and the actual knowledge level you have to transfer for it. This is fusion. What if Fisher gets his Battlecruiser year instead of the R class, and the Nelsons wind up the F3 design instead of the O3? Does the RN skip the KGV class to mass build Ark Royals instead? Ooh. They'd love to, and if they could get it through the treaties, they would probably build 2 or 3 of them. But probably they'd still build a King George V class of some kind. But they would be far more. Those things would be quite useful. But does he get his Battlecruiser year instead of R class and Nelson's one of F3 designs? It could certainly produce a very interesting fleet, and it would. Well, let's put it this way: it would certainly. I would again go. That would have added more credence to the idea of building the Admiral class as the conversion carriers rather than Courageous and Glorious. Tianwang, what's your job? I'm a contract lecturer, university contract lecturer. So I've not got a tenured post yet, so I'm not full time. So I'm contract. I'm a junior lecturer, early career researcher. There are various euphemisms academics use for it. But that means that I am the lowest rung and the lowest rung in the university and lecturing staff. Still get treated a lot better than PhD students do most of the time. Or alternatively, then with Justin Craig, I'm a course director. And I'm basically the acting headmaster of whatever school I'm in. Or are you either that or you're asking Carl Harmon what his job is, but I missed that one. Bug Guy 889, what was the best all-purpose secondary gun and main destroyer gun in World War II? That's between the 5-inch 38s and the 4.5s. Honestly, because the 4.5s only really come in when the battle class gets fitted in with actually with an HMS with an S-class destroyer, one of the war emergency destroyers. But yeah, the 4.5s don't get to use the destroyer guns as often as they could have done because it takes time to bring in a suitable mount for the battle for destroyers. It's got to be the 5-inch, and it pains me to say that, but it is. Seriously, oh no, always ignoring Luftwaffe. Why would the losses to the RN not be at least as bad as in the Greece campaign? Of course they would be. Steve, let's answer this question. Now, in answer to your question, the occupation of Greece takes place in April 1940, a year after Norway. So, a lot of the German lessons for the problems that happened in Norway would not have happened, gotten implemented in Greece. But also, you have to remember there is also a large Italian air force involved in the occupation of Greece, and the Italians have some very useful aircraft for attacking ships. So, in the nicest way, and I know that's my sort of catchphrase, you're both right and wrong. The losses in the RN did chuck in the full navy into Norway. There's also a different scenario in that Norway, there is far more room to maneuver in the North Sea, North Atlantic than there is in the Mediterranean. There is far more room to maneuver. There is also a far larger fleet to call on. There is far more infrastructure available to support them. All these things that they don't have. So, yes. Luftwaffe, it's dangerous, but it's not the all-conquering force that is often presumed of being. And as I point out, a lot of the Luftwaffe's greatest hits, and the greatest hits they do get, come later in 1941, 1942, when they've got the big bombs fitted to the Stukas and various other aircraft, where they've got the big systems they've been developing. They didn't have them available in 1939, 1940. I might say to use them. They really would have. They weren't holding them back because they felt they were trying to be nice to the British. They would have used them if they had them available. And as Van Freeman has pointed out, the Luftwaffe specifically trained up Fliegerkorps X or 10 for anti-ship attacks, anti-shipping after Norway. Andrew Cam, what do you think the USN proposed Kiev competitor would be like, and how would it have been used if built? Oh. Okay, well, this one's going to be a fun one. Right, so what would have been the competitor? Well, there are many options for what the competitor would have been. There are some discussion of the the ship, which, if I mention the name, causes flashbacks for people. There is also an adapted cruiser, a strike cruiser, etc., which is supposed to have Harriers and things operating from it. If it had been built, it would probably have been used. It would probably as the how do I put this? The centerpiece for surface action groups. So you'd had carrier battle groups and you've had surface action groups, and the surface action groups would have had a strike cruiser with Harriers to provide limited air defense and Aegis systems and all sorts of things in it to provide a lot of firepower. It would have become a de facto sea control ship. It would have been presence where they didn't need a supercarrier. And it might have been very useful for the US Navy, but they never went down that route, so it never happened. Richard, are there any plans to relay old railways in the UK if needed emergency, like war? Probably, but they're actually relaying them now because of the emergency, like the environment and trying to get people off the roads, and the fact that they realised they went a bit far with the cutting a long time ago, and now they've reached the far enough away that it's not doesn't look like governments are making a U-turn on a policy decision. It means they're setting a bold new strategy. Yep. So Norway is not going well for the Brits before this little scenario. So you have a few unsupported airfields up north and the coast 500 miles away. If you make it, you can do it. But guys, 829, this may be another Bill Trump's question, but do you see NATO countries increasing their military funding given recent events? That definitely is a Bill Trump question. Frank Spanner, what happened to Quebec? The Wolf used the fleet to take his troops entirely past the French positions and prime French positions. Used the fleet. The fleet managed to get Wolf past them, and then he went and took them in from behind, basically on the plains of Abraham. Ended up getting himself killed. Cowan, how many 5.25s, 40mm and 20mm can you fit on HMS Centurion? Answer, all the guns. That is pretty much the question. I had the right book. What is it called? The book is called Jutland, the Naval Staff Appreciation, and it's edited by William Schiffluff, and additional text by Stephen McLaughlin, and it's the original staff appreciation written of Jutland with diagrams drawn by John Jordan, and it's the full staff report. It's worth a read. It's quite cool. On top of that, I have the Somerville Papers and the naval operations of the war between Great Britain and the United States by Theodore Roosevelt. So I have Somerville, Teddy Roosevelt, and the Jutland Report all next to each other. Yeah, I do go for great combinations. Team what if the pre-dreads did push into instant... No sound. Don't do that. Oops, my finger slipped. Thank you, Sean Mack. Okay, right. I've had a look at all the questions down below. Luckily, as I've done my usual thing of highlighting the question I was reading. I am now officially over almost over the limit of text down below. I am almost over it. I've got a little bit of text left. Oh, this is going to be fun. What if pre-dreads did push into onto Istanbul and Gallipoli? If they had broken through, that would have probably locked the Ottomans out of the war. In which case, that would have been interesting. And remember, the pre-dreads pushing through, I think, were backed by Queen Elizabeth. So, let's put it this way: I don't much rate any chance of any German ship which has been supplied to the Ottomans for having a chance to interfere with that one. And enough pre-dreads as well that she didn't have much chance. By someone else, that is definitely more of an EU question, Belgian question. Is it more? But how could a united EU Navy look, and what would you suggest to build a standlines on? Basically, any of the bilge pumps questions, if you want to send them in to bilge pumps, just tweet them directly, DM me on Twitter at AC_naval history, and I will add them into the bilge pumps discussion. Hello, Boris Real. Hail to the Blackburn Blackburn Act. Great. Danny Humps, the Philippines become a US state after World War II. How does this affect US naval strategy in the Cold War today? Ouch. If the Philippines became a US state and were happily a US state, then you would probably have the Americans have to be far more forward-based in the Pacific. It would be really interesting for the Chinese with the current policy in the South China Sea, because I have a feeling if they were pushing, rather than American potential allies, but American actual exclusive economic zone, I'm fairly sure the Chinese would have found themselves pushed back quite hard. They'd probably, the first time it happened, it would have been a case of, excuse me? The entire fleet's turned up. Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll go. $96.40. Also, if that is the dinner invitation, I expect Jamie would get in a freaking rowboat and start heading away. Yeah, anything. If that was the invitation, if it was Vian, Henderson, and Cunningham, yes, Jamie would be there. In case of how many border guards got in his way, well, we found the bodies. Oh, caramba. So, a World War II German aircraft carrier program should have started on the Caspian with a Soviet secret coup, at least in the late 1920s. Potentially. They needed to start it a lot earlier than they did. I have a feeling that is going to be the last update till the end, because I can't fit any more in the text. So I might have to do a comment below, like Drac did on his 5-hour one. TM1, I wondered why there hasn't been any British tank named Catrafat. There hasn't been one built. I think there have been ones considered. Paul Basford, repayment for loan of HMS Victoria. Flotilla Fletcher class destroyers. People keep suggesting this, but no. I don't think Fletcher this would have been enough. And as said, why you wouldn't want them, the amount of the trouble, whereas for an aircraft carrier, you'll put up with a lot of differences. Graham, Steve, stop being nasty to each other. Don't worry, Stafford. Thanks, man. The narrator. Give the tribals the 4.5-inch gun off the Type 45s. That's not nice. Gross eyes. Get sidewinders. Harris could carry twin Arden 30mm with 20 rounds each. That would also be quite painful for them. Frank Spinner, anyone else remember when, if only Germany had built more Me-262s, they could have won, was a common moniker? Oh, good God, the amount of debates I've had with people over that one. Oh, good Lord, it could make you cry. Dan Freeman at Stafford, thank you very much. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Nice one, Dr. Clark. No, Dan Freeman, question. Looking at the Crown Colony class laid down earlier 38, knowing the capability of the Town class and the treaties evaporating, why just more Edinburgh types? They thought they could build them quicker. You have to remember, I call the Crown Colony class the war build towns. They've done everything to get the town class almost as much. Basically, they are 90% of the town class capabilities. It's felt on 75% of the cost. Was the theory. It's about the other way around, but you know, hey ho. Only 60 morning. Shells would not have been glowing from friction in the atmosphere. Muzzle velocity was what? In the 2600 FPS range? No. Yes. It'd have been okay. But as I said, they did create air turbulence. Again, thank you, Sean Mack. Shamak, what if someone beat British over the head with a triple turret, the Anglo-German race, until they realized they might be something to a triple turret? Hallelujah. Again, now you've got me dreaming of the idea of going small tube boilers in the Iron Dukes or King George V's with triple turrets and 14-inch guns. Oh, that would have been beautiful. Andrew Campbell, weren't the Russians building some battlecruisers in the Black Sea fitfully, admittedly? Very fitfully. They occasionally get started and they don't work. Bug829, if the British and Japanese alliance stays into World War II, does the British Empire declare war on the US when Japan attacks Pearl Harbor? Or do they let Japan fight the US alone? You must remember the alliance was only to get involved if there was another power got involved. So, as long as no other power declares war on Japan, Britain doesn't have to get involved. But as long it does mean the British don't have to worry about fighting in the Far East, which means they can concentrate on fighting. Again, there's falls and minuses to all that. See, which does raise an interesting point. Has Japan declared war on Germany in 1935? They had their own alliance, so unlikely. Britain would have no reason to be in that case. The thing is, if the Japanese have the Anglo alliance with the Anglo alliance with the British, they might well not have allied with Germany. And the question was, if you come into a war with two or more, or with one or more powers, you would go to the other's aid. Well, Britain would have been in war with Germany and Italy. So Japan might well have felt honor bound, if they were keeping to the treaty, to come to Britain's aid. So you can then have another interesting conversation of the Japanese fleet turning up in the Mediterranean to fight the Italians. At which point, there are probably a fair number of Italian admirals who go, we'd rather be anywhere but here. Hmm. It was theoretically a defensive treaty, and the Japanese felt that World War One, as the British hadn't actually been attacked, they were acting in defence of Belgium, was not a defensive war. They have a legitimate point on that one. You can push that one around. It's technically a defensive treaty because Britain's saying we're acting in defence of a neutral power, but it's kind of like we've spread our cloak. The Japanese are going. We don't. No, we've agreed to. We've spread our cloak around you, not you. We've spread our cloak around you and anyone else you choose to spread your cloak around. Tino, why did the British not deploy battleships to Korea? I'm thankful they didn't. I have two great aunts that served in the PLA's 11th 119th Division, right on the west coast. That's because they mainly were using things like HMS Unicorn with her 4-inch guns to do some bombardment, and some Daring class destroyers did as well. 1964. Dr. Clark, context of the conversation was not needing some complex midships mounted turning tube to fire a torpedo at a target off your broadside. Thank you. And as then Steve does point out, I agree, it's another possible potential failure, but also they weren't necessarily as good, especially the Mark 14 torpedo was interesting. Adrian, read Dr. Dowding. He got the boot from Thunder Command at the same time as Brooke Popham got Far East Command. My mistaken name. Both in November 1940. Well, if he's out there, then that's a different thing, but he could have been deployed out there instead of Percival. Either way, it's going to be interesting. But guy, what if Patton and MacArthur had swapped commands? How do you see that going? I see Eisenhower getting a lot of grey hair because also he's now got MacArthur to be in charge of. If you're talking about post World War II, and Patton is put, let's say, and Patton's in the Far East, and MacArthur's put in charge of NATO. Patton in charge of Korea could be really interesting because Patton's different from MacArthur. He would probably have considered the amphibious operation and the hook, but you could also have found a very different scenario because Patton was a hard driver, but he was also a bit obsessed with logistics. Andrew Campbell, the Bretons do have a clock tower instead of a main mast. Yes. Richard, the alternative to the French designing ships so ugly that the UK don't want to catch them is that the French had a nightmare and thought, if it scared me, it will scare them. Mm-hmm. Hi, Anuk. Mao's reply to MacArthur's nuke threat was, you drop nukes, we drop our grenades. That's a nice thing to say out loud, but it's not really something you want to actually test in reality. Matthew Malecki, if the Italian government was given synthetic oil plants and continued trade for raw materials to get to a greater degree after Ethiopia, what would a German cruiser look like, assuming mid-1930s production? Hopefully better. Honestly, most of their ships are very, very inefficient designs, and they show the fact they haven't been building ships for the interwar period. They haven't been. And they could have instead of having less ego, to go and learn a lot more off their Italian counterparts. Animal 16365. Hello, Animal. Question: do you believe that guns, 57 to 100 still have a place on board a warship? Yes. Sure, concept ever tried a surface vessel that is a carrier for dozens of long-range midget submarines that can dock to it while still submerged. Sort of. They've sort of tried that. No one's actually gone with it for too long. Stafford, stay safe. It's 30 plus degrees. That's hot. Anuk, why did the Germans not want going back when the Turks finally retired her? It would have been a unique dreadnought museum ship. Cost. Literally, it's cost. Hello, Heiligr. Hello, King George V. I did say KGV a few times. Yeah. Oh, that's got through a lot of messages to me. Ooh. And I think I've caught up. Because there was a nice long discussion of China going on in the chat, which I don't think I need to be rolled on. Yay! 18 minutes to go in 5 hours. Oh, it's been fun. It is fun. So, how are we doing? How is everyone? Thank you for all the super chats. Good lord. Good lord. I think I'm £4 off a record. Sorry. I shouldn't keep track of those sort of things, but I do. Mainly because numbers stick in my head. Frank Spider, do we know what ships look like at night with the optics the IJN had? Any demonstrations? There aren't any pictures, and we haven't really found much equipment to demonstrate. But I have been told someone's actually working on trying to there is actually a project to try and recreate them. And if they do, they're trying to recreate it digitally. So they're trying to produce a computer simulation for it. And I think if they do, it could be interesting. Hagraf, I don't think Stalin Mal is on topic, and I wish to say on topic even when I disagree with others' views. Thank you, Hieroglyph. And for the others, I've had the hurricane coverage in Louisiana, and it got me into thinking: is there an order for ships to leave before a storm, or is it leave as you're ready? They try and get them to leave as quickly as possible before a storm. They try and get them out to sea, away from the path of the storm. The trouble is, as happened in real occasion, but also as once happened in the West Wing, they did in a whole episode where they ordered them to sea, and the storm turned around and went out to sea after the carrier group, and it ended up sinking tug, and it turns President Bartlett really annoyed. He ends up ranting at God in the cathedral. But it's what can happen. It's the sad thing. You take the risk. You try and get to sea to get away from it. Thank you, Sean Mack. King George V, is this just an episode just where we ask questions and you answer, or just a specific topic? Just questions. Well, it's a real good time to answer your question. It is a good time. Dan Frank Spiller has asked a question. I think I answered that now. Woohoo! Thank you. Most of it caught up, but perhaps missed a bit. Dr. Clark, scroll up a few minutes and see my reply to Steve Rijalos and not using them. I possibly did miss a bit. Oh, did I miss a bit from you? Steve, which there was no way to not use them as you suggest. They were in the guidance system to keep the thing running straight. Yes, they were, but there's a difference between leaving in the guidance system and actually setting the commands into it. And one of the other troubles they found with a lot of setting the commands was you needed a really experienced crew, because if they got it wrong, your torpedo went off. So that's why they tended to use dead reckoning, straight fire, and try and keep them as angled as straight as possible and point. It's not because they don't have the technology. Look, there is a time when the technology becomes implementable. There is a time when it becomes usable, and there is a time when it becomes practical. And these are different phases. Yes, you have technology which is implementable. That's great. That can be in the 1930s. And by the late 1930s, it might be practical. You might, with the experienced pre-war crews and in those scenarios, you'd be able to do it. But viable in terms of wartime might not be till the end of the war, because of the realities of what you're dealing with. And there is nothing wrong with that. Technology gives and also takes away. Because the more complicated you make things, the more precise your maintenance, the way you set them up, has to be. As even nowadays, when we have now computer control and all the things we have in systems, it makes things more complicated to maintain. You need increasingly skilled and increasingly qualified personnel to do it. And they require increasingly better wages. Sensibly, because otherwise they can go and get very well paid jobs in civilian economies elsewhere. IJN cruisers and destroyers were good at night tactics. I don't know about BBs and battlecruisers though. They were good because where the officers go once they've gone through, they've commanded destroyers and cruisers. They go to battleships and battlecruisers. That's where you get most of your commanders from. Thanks, Sonic. YouTube has been taking down streams as the chat is too spicy. I don't think my chat's ever crossed that one. Narrator, all the praise of Blackburn Blackburn. Sadly, museum ships are expensive. They are. Dan Freeman, because I'm saving the rest of buying you the book mentioned from Amazon. Oxfam, thank you. That'd be very kind of you. Frankly, I don't like censorship, but not certain where the line should always be drawn. Usually, I draw the line in the chat, and I draw the same line on Discord, is if it gets personally insulting, or if it's going the way which I think is... We all know it. It's when it's things like when people start going, and they complete Holocaust denial. And I'm sorry, when that happens, I sit there and turn around and go, I had great uncles and potentially a great aunt, although she never talked about it much. But after she died, some of her colleagues said she was involved, who were involved in freeing those camps and liberating them. They saw it with their own eyes. I met them. They didn't talk much about it, but they said they happened, and they said it wasn't good. In broadest terms, they didn't want to. So that that sort of thing. No, sorry, you're going there. No. There are rules. Stalin and Mao, if we're going to have a competition about which one was worse, that's not really place for the chat. Not in the public chat. Maybe at some points on the Discord you can get away with that. But again, I wouldn't say it's something I would put in the general chat on Discord. I would put it, there are other sections of the Discord where you can have the more in-depth historical debates if you want to. And even then, keep it polite. Always be respectful, because in a nice way, if we are respectful to the people we are debating with and we are discussing the things, we will learn more. Because people who feel respected will share more of themselves and will listen to you more, because respect will be mutual. So that is the point. If you want to learn, as I always tell my students whenever I'm running a seminar, there is no such thing as a stupid question, and there will be no insults in this class. If you say anything's a stupid question, or you insult any of your counterparts when you're talking debate, you'll be straight out the class. Those are my rules, and it works pretty well. Thank you very much. So British sink the Argentinian carrier. What happens? Oh, good lord! At that point, probably the Royal Navy. I don't know. Gets a ticker tape parade at some point. Margaret Thatcher's attitude over the sinking of Belgrano was it was an unfortunate necessity, but she was quite happy that it was done because it needed to be done. If the British had also sunk the carrier because that was in the killing range, and remember the orders were, I think, given, then the British would have A, done something which no one else has done since World War II, and B, would probably have set a new. Let's put it this way: there would have been an impact. How big an impact on the Cold War and various other things, I'm not sure, but it could have changed our approach to carrier design. Frank Splazado, was the Captain of Monitor not as capable as any other warship? No, the Captain of Monitor was usually as capable as they would be on any other warship. They'd usually be fairly good captains. No, not using the gyro, Steve suggested is not possible. No, I did admit that. I did say that. Yes, I agree. It's not possible. It's not possible to not use it, but you don't have to set it up in a fancy way. And these are the issues. And 16365. What's your thoughts on the new Chinese carrier CBO-03? That's covered a lot in bilge pumps. We've been over that several times, and basically, I consider it a good step in the evolution, and that's what the Chinese are doing: incremental evolution of their knowledge and designs. That's good. I imagine one of the first things that Eisenhower would do if putting Commander MacArthur is sack him. You say sack him. I think he would go for a more permanent solution if he could. Tian Wong, I will. My only point on Mao and Stalin is that the hatred between the two was mutual. Can't guess what. Praise be the congregation. Oh, good lord. Riverine monitors are very useful, but ocean-going ones are basically just floating fortresses and probably would be cheaper to construct on land as naval artillery. It depends on the monitor and what you're talking about. Paul Bestwick, no Royal Air Force in World War I, RNAS and RFC going to World War II. How does this affect aircraft development? You probably see the RFC develop along lines of almost the German scenario. They'll be very fast-moving, combat support, strike aircraft, twin-engined, and fighters for air defence of the UK. Same with the Royal Naval Air Service. Probably again, Royal Naval Air Service probably again goes for twin-engine aircraft, and maybe actually builds the heavy bomber force because they want long-range strike capability and maritime. It's probably the thing that suffers would be the heavy bomber force, and everything else gets a lot of attention. So the weakness Britain would have going into World War II would be the heavy bombers. So they'd be sort of like Germany, but they have a far better carrier arm. You wouldn't probably get the outright competition or silliness that goes on between the Imperial Japanese Navy and the Imperial Japanese Army in terms of procurement of aircraft. They probably would do some things joint. They were quite happy to fly the same types of aircraft they had done in World War One. They were quite happy to do that, so they would probably continue doing that. John Shea, I'm just seeing the scene breaking news. Australia winter writer found in cargo hold of plane because he got invited to dinner with 3 high-ranking Royal Navy commanders and 2 UK Royal Naval historians. Yep. Sam Thompson, other than the sloop coming back potentially, arguably OPVs are already heading there, and icebreakers being looked at more, how much longer until the armored cruiser ramship makes a comeback? Hopefully never. We don't want our own. -64, experienced crew, the gyro angles were all set via the torpedo data computer. It wasn't a crew member going into the computer with a screwdriver. No, but it was someone programming the computer, and it was officers giving them information and them all working together and making sure they were giving the right information. It's a lot more involved than it's sometimes discussed and made out to be. For sure, the amphibious cargo gets fine by saying, and amphib car gets financed by Navy. How do they fix it and get the civilian market up to help their investment? Buy it themselves? That's the trick. Harris, those wheels make a lot of water resistance, so you would need them to be retractable. Amphibious cars. Don Freeman, I don't need to. I didn't get to meet various family members, and my dad has found the meticulous German record showing them being sent to Auschwitz. Shamak, what are the specs for the L-72 with Super Tribals? Basically, look at a Daring class destroyer as built post World War II, and that's your specs. Seriously, that is your specs. You can put the designs next to each other, and you can go. I think the Daring is about 150 tons more, from memory. King George V, what do you think of the impact of the RN would be if Invincible was sunk during the Falklands? Well, Illustrious and Ark Royal would have been completed, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Navy had been allowed to build another new carrier a bit much bigger. They would have probably been able to be asked to offer. Probably the British government would have been forced to build carriers with airborne early warning. If you lose a carrier with all that, and the British can go point out it's the lack of airborne early warning, then the Sea Kings won't be enough. They'd have to go for a Hawkeye capable carrier. So honestly, the British government could have been forced in the mid-1980s to build a whole new carrier strike group, which could be very interesting for 1990s and 2020s, because honestly, we would be only be looking, even thinking about replacing it now, because we wouldn't need to replace it till about the 2030s. No, oh, I mean, it wasn't a crew member going into a torpedo with a screwdriver. No, but they could be going to the torpedo to make a screwdriver. Don't worry. Frank Swanner, could you ever cover the Eastern Solomons and Santa Cruz battles in Eagles? They're very interesting and play an important part on CV development. This is at 4 hours and 55 minutes. Thank you, and yes, and I'm only 3 minutes behind now. No flies today. Yes, but that's because the windows and doors are all closed, so no flies are coming in. Too much. So I forgot to include Dunkirk casualties in the earlier today for Luftwaffe sinkings in 1940. 226 ships sunk, 46 damaged. No Italians to be seen. Yes, that's Dunkirk. Again, they have a lot more air bases and a lot more support there than they do up in Northern Norway. And also, where are the carriers at Dunkirk? Where are the cruisers at Dunkirk? Where are the battleships at Dunkirk? It's the older destroyers the Royal Navy sending in, because they have to go and sit not far from shore and get troops loaded onto them. Or they actually sit on the mole or in the harbour and get troops loaded on them. So they're not really moving that much. How many of those ships were sunk when they are moving at speed, once they are out of the coastal area, etc.? These things all have a factor. Hi, Street Racer. King George V, if you've covered this before, then leave it. But what are your thoughts on Type 26 frigate? Honestly, my thoughts on that are same as the Type 31 and Type 32, in that we should be probably getting 12 of each. But that's me making that case. Distinguish the position of the gyro controls the rudder. It's controlling it regardless if you're turning off straight. It also corrects any deviation during the run. It's a useful system. So Thompson, 150 tons more, hull plating, or an extra piece of kit? Mostly the really heavy radars. HMS King George V. Do you think the HMS Queen Elizabeth or Prince of Wales, respectively, will get a catapult at some point? Maybe midlife refit? Depends on the development of the electronic catapult. Probably both of them will get it for the next generation of UCAV, which will probably be asked to operate on, because we'll probably end up developing those with the Americans, and the Americans aren't going to develop a Vistal UCAV for what we need them to do. And the UCAV seems to be the only way we're going to surge the air groups to enough aircraft that we can actually do what we need to do organically ourselves, because they don't seem to want to buy enough F-35Bs. They need to buy more. Ideally, we need about 96 to 132. Or 144. Oh, sorry. Could you ever do another stream together, or also with Jack and Jamie? Probably could do one with Jack and Jamie at some point. We do think about doing bilge pumps live, but we haven't yet got round to it. We're talking about it. We always do talk. We could also add in Dan Freeman. It'd be quite fun to have Dan along. He could ask the questions, take on the Wilf role. Stramac, why would a weapon class such sad ships, and who thought that would be a good idea to make them? They were trying to make the best use of yards, and you had some yards which were weren't big enough to make a battle class, but not so small that you actually could justify using them just for the smaller destroyers. So they tried to build the weapon class. And it would have made sense, if you think about it, if the war against Japan had gone into 1946-47, those extra destroyers churning out would have been useful. That's got and over Dunkirk. There's also the fear of shooting at an RAF aircraft coming back from trying to keep the Luftwaffe away from the breaches. Yeah. Please do, Stafford. Banham, given the importance of fire support during D-Day, hello, and hello, Banham, if I'm not said before, and the falling battles normally, wouldn't at least a few cruisers have been given much needed support for the rear guard during Dunkirk? No, because the Royal Navy was holding them back. They could have been useful, and if they'd been asked, they would have sent them in, but no one asked them, so they didn't send them. That's their cunning plan. No one asked, so they didn't send them. But is the RF getting F-35B along with the RN? They are. It's a joint procurement with the Fleet Air. That's why currently the squadron aboard it's quite interesting. The squadron currently aboard Queen Elizabeth class is badged as an RAF squadron, but they have an RN commander in charge of it. King George V. Sorry if you carry questions are boring, but do you think the US will build all the Plan 4 class? Let me answer that with one single question. Now, we have no ideas for what they'll produce next. But I can tell you this. The four Fords currently named are John F. Kennedy, Gerald Ford, of course, which has been built, John F. Kennedy. No one's going to cancel Kennedy. No one's going to cancel Enterprise. No one's that silly. And the fourth one is called Doris Miller. Now, Doris Miller is named for a very, very special person. It's Messman Second Class Doris Miller, who was killed in action during World War II. He was the first Black American to be awarded the Navy Cross and the second highest decoration in combat after Medal of Honor. And he served aboard the West Virginia, which was sunk by Japanese torpedo bombers during surprise attack Pearl Harbor. He did all sorts of things. He's actually featured in the Pearl Harbor movie. In the nicest way, no one is cancelling a ship named Doris Miller. No one. Not even the most interesting members of the Republican Party or the most interesting members of the Democrat Party from the perspective of defense procurement or whatever are silly enough to go after Doris Miller, the ship. They're not going to. I don't know if there's going to be a fifth Ford class. I don't know about that. That depends on what China does. If China starts churning out, spamming out carriers, the Americans will have to start spamming out carriers as well. Did I miss your comment about acoustic homing torpedoes? Probably. Give me a second. And Duff Clark. Also, both Germany and the US had acoustic homing torpedoes and both used them during the war. Yes. More viably towards the end of the war. I was kicked out over Discord over an argument over the HMS Amethyst incident. If you managed to annoy the lovely flotilla leaders on Discord to the point at which they kicked you out rather than brigging you, you must have pushed them really, really far. My granddad lost close friends to British gunfire in the Yangtze. I know. It was not a nice incident to be involved in. Plus, there might have been. There's debates over over the gunfire going on, and there was also the fact that some of the Chinese shelling was not exactly the most accurate going on. As I understand it, the ship itself didn't fire, but that's the accounts I've read, and I'm fairly sure they're accurate. M35 Benvids. I love the ship being named after a sailor. Naming ships after politicians irritates me. Yeah, but it means they don't become cancelable because turn around and go, yes, we want to cancel one of the Ford class. Let's cancel Kennedy. Ford, you might have got away with cancelling, but it was built before anyone was considering cancelling anything. Frank Fun, Dr. Z, what would the next CVN look like after the Ford design? And I have just finished Iron Brew, so I'm going to finish off these questions, and then I'm going to call it a night. And that's a very interesting question. I'm hoping it would slightly have a heavier firepower. King George V, you might say your worst nightmare is the USS Donald J. Trump, but, and I say this for what? There is one advantage to the USS Donald J. Trump. A president someday gets to say, I am deploying Trump. Or make a joke about, I'm deploying our Trump card. USS Trump. That is literally the sole advantage. But it is a good one. Old Richard, how to spam carriers when Newport News only has one carrier slip? Actually, they have two. But they use one for doing the scheduled maintenance and repair, and one for constructing. The only way you can spam carriers is if you have to open up another yard to build them, which means you probably have to come with a light fleet carrier. Which, again, go listen to Bill Trumps. We've talked about it a lot. Right then. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, let's see. What am I missing? I don't need to put up that again. Don't need to put up that again. But I will put up this again. So, before I go, I will just advertise again my wares on Spreadshirt. If you fancy any designs, they're lovely. Link is down below. And as said, if I get to 13,000 subscribers by December 31st, 2021, my aunt and uncle, in a family honor bet, which is family bragging rights, which is, the bet which is most powerful, will take a picture of them both wearing Blackburn Blackburn face masks. And I'll be able to post it in the 2nd of January one. So, 2nd of January Bruships. So, let's see what we manage. Right. Take care, Sean Mack. Take care, Melanie1640. Take care, Derp Squad. Take care, Anuk. Take care, Frank Spasato. Take care, Boris Real. Take care, Steph Thompson and Dan Freeman and Sean Mack. Thank you for being admins and great admins tonight. Thank you, Tian Wong, for being here. Thank you, John Shea, M35 Benvids, Bandhome, Albert Zaski, Old Richard. Thank you. Thank you, DGB40. Thank you, Dirt Squad. Thank you, everyone. It's been lovely. It's been a real pleasure. I'm not sure if this is longer than what Drac did or shorter. I don't really care. I just did 5 hours. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, that's a fun one. It's always fun when you've done 5 hours and you're sort of thinking, yeah, I've done it. I have done it. It's done. Oh, thank you very much, everyone. I did enjoy that, and I hope you enjoyed it too. I was very, very happy with all the things that are going on, and I hope you've had fun. Mayor 43 was the first single U-boat by the Mark 24 mine, which was the US acoustic homing torpedo. I'm sure when the Germans got theirs in the service. Technically, it was called a mine. But we'll call it, yes, an acoustic homing torpedo. Okay, that's me being picky. Take care, Boris Real. Take care, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you. Well, Tin, you can always appeal. I will mention on the Discord. You can always appeal directly to the flotilla leaders. But the rule, and I keep to this absolutely because I appointed them, and I appointed them because after chatting with them, they're very fair, very kind, very hardworking people, very nice and very well informed, and experienced. Several of them are experienced in running Drax Drax system as being his people, admins, where I actually honestly poached them from. You can appeal directly to them. You can write a nice direct message to them and go, can you please consider my case and consider reinstating me? And the thing is, I'm the level above that. Basically, the way the system works is they can do the decision. If you appeal to them and they reject the appeal, you can then appeal to me. But I don't get involved till that point, because if I get involved, it's unilecturer style, which is very nice, very nice, very nice. Bye-bye. Because you have to remember that's what universities operate on. We're very nice. We offer kind words. Say, don't do it again. Kind words, don't do it again. Kind words, please don't do it again. And then it's bye-bye. At which point the student usually gets very shocked and goes, What? Why have you been kicked out? And going, well, you've broken this rule 3 times in a row. But no, it's 3 strikes and you're out. Bye-bye. We're an adult organization. You're an adult. You're supposed to have kind word. You're supposed to listen when you get the warning. And that's my policy. I don't do, but I have been persuaded that there are better angels and better ways. And so the flotilla leaders do a brigging. They have several levels, and then they get to that. If they've kicked you off the server, they've had to have a good reason, but you can appeal directly to them. Right. Thank you, everyone. Take care, and thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Take care. Bye. Well, you should have their contact details on Discord, because they should have chatted. You should have been chatting with them at some point. Now, You can probably find them if you look around. Right. Take care. Thank you very much, everyone. And it's flipped into top chat instead of live chat. That's annoying. Thank you, everyone. Oh, and just a reminder, everyone. Remember, I do watch the Killix, and I watch it all on the Discord, and I am always considering who could be future potential flotilla leaders. Take care. Thank you. Bye. And thank you for being here this evening.